Did anyone hear this in the yellow page?
We don't have anyone.
You got a new jacket.
No, no.
Yo te digo nomás con el size.
Works.
A lot.
No, yeah, it's very nice. I like the gray. Good afternoon. Today is Wednesday, April the 7th, 2021. We're at Bryan Elementary, and it is 6:38 p.m. This meeting is Mission CISD Committee meeting. Dr. Pettis, was this agenda properly posted?
Yes, ma'am. The notice for this board workshop was posted on April 1st at 7 p.m.
Thank you. On March 16th, 2020, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conferencing meetings in response to the coronavirus, COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by use of Cisco WebEx, a software application which allows two-way communication for members of the public. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public who have followed the instructions on the meeting notice for registering to speak during the public comment portion will be unmuted for 5 minutes to speak. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practical. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. This software application allows up to 1,000 people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseeable difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have any questions about the suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. Ms. Anna, do we have any public comments?
No, ma'am, we have none.
Thank you. Dr. Pettis, Superintendent updates.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, we'd like to congratulate the staff, especially curriculum and instruction, for having received the award of the Recipient School Support Program grant. And what this grant's goal is to provide assistance as technical support, professional development for our classroom teachers, especially those that are serving our bilingual and ESL students. And I'd like to thank Dr. Roberts, especially her and her staff. And yet Dr. Robert continued to work during spring break to make sure that the grant was completed. And she will be the first one to tell you that it was a total effort, total team effort. However, she did do a lot of legwork on that. So congratulations, and we're excited. And this particular grant will be providing the professional development for next school year. Also, tomorrow, our Board of Trustees will be honoring our top graduates at the Mission Excellence ceremony, and that will be held tomorrow at the Landry Stadium at 6:30. So we'll see our parents and our students for the very first time. You know, it's going to be like a 300 people gathering, and that's going to be something to look forward to. Also, we'd like to announce that we are celebrating National School Librarian Week from April 4th through the 10th. So we know that the heart of the school is usually the library and the librarian. So we want to thank our librarians for all the hard work and their commitment. Most of our librarians, if not all, still have the children checking out books, even as the children were receiving remote instruction and continue to do so. On another note, we welcome back all of our instructional staff on Monday, April the 5th. And there were some staff that had been out for a whole school year. Of course, they would come in to pick up instructional resources and so forth, but basically teaching in a classroom, it had been for almost a year. So we kicked it off on April the 5th with all instructional staff, paraprofessional staff, in the classrooms, and we were able to see a lot more students coming into our classrooms. We're happy to report that today we had 3,277 students, and that is over 20% of our students. And you will recall that in the middle of the fall, you know, we didn't even have half. Sometimes we had 3 to 5% of our students attending. So that's wonderful, as our teachers are coming in, and our principals are also making adjustments to schedule so that our students are able to receive more face-to-face instruction. It was beautiful to observe some of our teachers, that they are teaching in the front of the classroom, and they have 11 children, 8 children or more in front of them, where they're teaching, and they have the camera or their computer aimed at them. And at the same time, they're teaching the children that are at home receiving remote instruction and the children that are in front of them. And what I was able to see was a particular teacher that told the children, if you have questions on the lesson, if you're at home, say, excuse me, Mrs. So-and-so, I have this question. If you're right here in front of me, raise your hand. And this teacher delivered her speech. She introduced the lesson, she modeled, she guided, and then she allowed the children to work on a few items, and that throughout the whole session, she kept saying, those of you that are at home, remember, all you gotta say is, excuse me. I have a question. Those of you in front of me, raise your hand. And she was monitoring the children in front of her and the children that were receiving remote instruction. In speaking with campus principals yesterday, some of our junior high principals stated that they believe it's time for some of the children to start visiting and having classes in various classrooms. Or that what they would do would be have the teachers rotate within their grade level and teams, where the teachers will be able to deliver instruction face-to-face, and they may be assigning a particular teacher to only work with the children that are working remotely. So we know that our principals will customize based on the number of staff that they have. It's not a cookie cutter approach, it's based on student needs as well. However, the focus is to provide as much face-to-face instruction to make sure that we close achievement gaps. And then again, there's a lot of kids that are doing well and they want to come to school too, because it's important for them to be with other kids. And so those children, we must provide accelerated instruction, enrichment instruction as well. And I can tell you, my own child, he didn't want to be home. The minute we opened the schools, he was the first one in line. And then when he heard that they were going to have PE and recess, forget it, that he would not stay home. Even though some of my family members wanted to keep him home, there was no way he would stay home. So children want to be with other children. Children want to come to school and want to continue to learn. So as our parents, as we work with our parents, everybody knows the healthiest learning environments are in our schools because our schools are kept disinfected 24/7. So we want to thank our parents for trusting their most precious possessions to us. And we know that more children will be coming. As a matter of fact, yesterday, we had over 300 students more. Why? Because some students were testing. And for some students, that was important for parents. Also, another thing that we want to brag about is the fact that our CNP, our Child Nutrition Program, was featured in the Texas Department of Agriculture newsletter. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure was that we had a visual for parents to see what exactly the children were getting. And that was the brainchild of Ms. Garcia, and she stated to me and Mr. Burley, it would be nice if we had something we could do some PR with, and people could actually see what items are being provided, because we're providing 7 breakfasts and 7 lunches. Mr. Burley ran with the idea, went and worked with Ms. Woodrum, and guess what? Ms. Woodrum and her staff, they create miracles. They just made it look so appealing and so beautiful. And as you know, this happens every Saturday where the parents come and pick up the meals for remote instruction. And, you know how they motivate the kids and the parents every month. They have a different theme. They dress up. They do everything in their power. The same thing for the children that are coming to school. They are providing 2 meals for Saturday and Sunday, a breakfast and a lunch. And when compared to other districts that didn't shut down during the pandemic because their numbers were not as high as our area, hey, in the Valley, we were number 5. And that's because we were closed for how many months? Since March all the way to September, and we're still number 5. So that tells us our staff is doing something great. Of course, we were very blessed that the Meals to You program kicked in and our children got their meals at their front door, and it was a breakfast and a lunch for 2 weeks, and they got it at their doorstep. So we were very blessed that the Baylor Hunger Relief Program came to our aid. So we will continue to do that, and starting next week, our teachers will be able to purchase their meals from our Child Nutrition Program. And remember that the teacher meals or any staff member's meal, we offer it at 50% cost, right? And that is the superintendent's update, and we will continue with presentations to the board. Dr. Roberts.
May I do some bragging?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Good. I guess by now everybody knows about Dr. Perez. She will be recognized. So she was chosen as the Woman of the Year 2021 to be the education, help me, education.
Well,
I didn't write it down.
Gallardo received an email that apparently was sent to me, which I never received, but the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce from the Rio Grande Valley, and we know the Rio Grande Valley stems from Bronzeville all the way to Laredo. So they nominate for different divisions. And this is also sponsored by HEB. And as a matter of fact, somebody sent me the picture yesterday of all the women that are being recognized. And it's the 7th annual, it's called 7th Annual Women of Distinction 2021 Awards presented by the HEB. But the nominations come from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And they have government, Veronica Gonzalez, education, myself, entrepreneur, Ronnie Ontiveros. And then Professional, Dalinda Guillen. Arts and Entertainment, Mayra Garcia Adame. Humanitarian, Adelita Munoz. Military, Yvette Garcia. Health, Laura Disk. And Rising Star, Elisa Garza. And HEB is honoring essential leaders and of course, women of distinction.
And that will be held on June the 9th here in our own community. So when tickets go out for sale, make sure you buy one and go and support her. We're very proud of you, Dr. Perez, very proud.
Thank you. And to this day, I don't know who nominated me,
You're not supposed to know.
but I thank whoever did. And again, this is only to brag on Mission CISD and the support that I have from our board. We couldn't do anything without them and the staff. So again, this honor goes to our board and to our staff.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Roberts.
Thank you so much. First, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, members of the audience. Dr. Perez, this evening we do have a presentation to the board on behalf of the Curriculum and Instruction Department regarding an innovative program that we would like you to view, and then later in the agenda we will have a discussion time for the program. It is an early childhood brain development program. As we know, our early childhood children, we always focus, of course, on our kids, but really good at learning begins early childhood. And so we wanted to bring forward this program. So I will turn it over to Dr. Antonio Corrales and Dr. Anil Karam, who will be presenting on the brain development program. Thank you.
Is it this? Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President. Good evening, distinguished members of the board. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Perez, distinguished staff members, member of the Mission CISD community. It's a great honor for us to be here today with you. We're really excited. I'm here today with Anil Karim. My name is Antonio Corrales. I have an accent, but you're excused. I was born in Venezuela. I've been here for 20 years, and my journey has brought me here today, and I couldn't be more excited. I'm a former teacher, campus administrator, central office, and I had the honor to start in the academia 6 years ago, and really was the best decision in my life. I thought I was going to be a school superintendent for life, but life took me to the academia, and it was the best decision I ever made. I'm a father of 2 children, 2 teenagers. I used to have a lot of hair, and never going to forget that. And we're really excited to be here today. We're going to tell you about our journey in regards to brain development and early childhood education. We're going to tell you about the critical years that these ages are, and how critical it is to change the mentality in regards to early childhood education, focusing on brain development and brain development gaps. With that said, we're going to start first with a short video. So I'm going to ask for some technical support.
Make sure this.
There we go.
We're good?
I just muted it.
Thank you.
Madam President, Dr. Perez, and distinguished board, thank you for having us today. Dr. Corrales and I have spent a significant amount of time together, really putting together the research, the validity, the reliability, and really looking at the advocacy for early childhood development. We've been working on brain development for, over a decade now. And to really go into what some of the research is, just so you can see how technical our details are, is I brought one of the projects that we were actually missioned by the government of Canada to do. And so this is one of the only wireless Phoneers devices in North America, one here and one in Canada. And what it does is when you affix it to a child, you're able to read the prefrontal cortex of the brain. This is something you would find in a medical center, UT Austin or Johns Hopkins, UCLA. And those machines are actually, caps that they put on children that have brain damage or brain trauma, and they're able to read, the level of brain development. And so you wonder, okay, are we going to put these on your children? No. The reason we had this is to be able to show how we rewire brains and how we can actually look at the history of a child's brain development and put experiences in their lives to change their brain development. So there's two concepts that, that we really plug into. One is neuroplasticity and one is epigenetics. When we look at neuroplasticity, the brain is plastic. So the brain is able to mold and shape to the experiences that you give that child. So we have a limited window. In the video it shows 0 to 6, 90% of that brain is developed. Well, in that period of time, we have a window to be able to change, to rewire the brain, to give the right experiences. Many times, the parents, the daycares, and the society hasn't given those experiences. That's why it's about focusing on what we can do. And the can do looks at the assets and the time we should spend on our children. And what's happened over time in public education is we really take second grade to first grade to kindergarten, and kinder to pre-K. But children don't develop the same at 4 years of age. When they're 4 and 3, they're absorbing the world around them. They like to play, they like to explore, they like to learn. So when you start to put them into silos and buckets, what you're doing is, imagine a plant and it hasn't sprouted yet. So the seed is inside the soil. And what are we trying to do is get the seed to sprout up. But if I put too much water and too much sunlight into that cup, the plant's not going to form the right way. And each seed is very unique and very different. And so sometimes, I'm not good at gardening, so I kill the plants. But the reality is once the sprout comes up, then you know how much water to put in. You see the colors, you see the changes. That's a cognitive mind. Cognitive brain comes in at 5, 6, 7 years of age. But prior to that, how do you measure it? How do you analyze it? And so that's something that's really been bothering me for a long time. And so I keep going deeper and deeper into that research. And you can see that we really then look at the brain development and we pace the theory and the content. So yes, we have really good intentions. And if that child is starting to sprout up, they need lots of water and they need lots of sunlight. But there are other children that haven't sprouted yet, and we need to nurture and support them. And you're going to hear a lot of concepts in the next 2 to 3 years on social emotional learning. Because of what's happening with COVID and Corona, their social needs and emotional needs are going to be more fostered. Well, that's brain development. Because when we look at brain development, and you can see some of the children that we work in and how we've looked at those measures and how those measures apply into brain development, what we really look at is this concept of executive function. Executive function are core components inside of our prefrontal cortex that without education, just life in general, a human builds flexibility, adaptability, emotional control, resilience. They learn how to plan, they learn how to organize, they learn how to break things up into small tasks. And the reality is they learn to survive. And survival means independence. And in this area of where we're trying to work with children and give them that good relationships, a supportive environment, if we knew what the child needed, then the teacher is able to go to that child and be able to give the same type of things and differentiate the education.
In this particular area, it's important to clarify this. What we have been doing in early childhood education for the past 20, 25 years, in our humble opinion, is wrong. And I'm going to tell you why it's wrong. It's wrong because what I've been doing is we have been trickling down the curriculum from upper grade levels to lower levels, thinking that that's the way that children learn, basically focusing on content and pedagogy, right? The reality is that if you give me your best early childhood teacher, mission or in the state, that teacher probably can be sweating in the classroom, teaching her lessons, doing a hard job, probably knowing the content excellently, probably teaching great circle times, probably managing the classroom excellently. But that teacher have no idea whatsoever how to measure the brain of a child in terms of executive function and have instructional activities to close those brain gaps. And that within itself is a revolution because since the past, what we have been doing is teaching in content, trying to solve that equation. So what happened is those brain gaps, like Anil was saying, when those brain gaps are not closed within 0 to 6 years old, guess what? Those brain gaps stay there forever. And what happens is as your achievement gaps continue going up, your brain gaps are going to start struggling to meet your academic needs. And we're not talking about IQ here. We're not talking about somebody who was born with specific abilities naturally. Like I was telling you about my two children. I have a son who I never saw him doing homework. He made it to U Chicago, Harvard, Yale. But you tell my son, you tell me the word work or job, and starts sneezing and crying. But my daughter, she's a senior in high school, she's a workaholic. She always worked hard and she made it based on hard work. She didn't have those natural connections. So I always wonder every time that we start in this journey, what will happen with my two children who would have gone to such a system where during general intelligence level, not only IQ, but also all the areas of your brain are developed systematically.
So our systematic brain development program is called Ready, Set, Grow. It's very simple. It's building the cognitive flexibility, the inhibition, and the working memory of children. Statistically speaking, when we look at data and correlations, when children have good working memory, they're able to do better in school, they're able to read better, they're able to have good numeracy skills. So what does that look like? When children have 85% of their executive function control, 93% of them are at or above your standard reading levels. We don't have to worry about the children anymore. But the opposite is also true. When the children have red gaps in working memory, 85% of them are below reading levels. And that lasts for the next 10 to 15 years because those are the parts of the brain that never got formed or those synaptic connections weren't formed. So when we look at fueling brains from a traditional model, we're really looking at student-centered learning. We're trying to differentiate the education. We're teaching children how to learn because this is the age that's what they're learning so that we can get them ready to give them the content of what they need to learn. And so our children, we hope in Mission, then have an edge over other children, not only in academic success, but life happiness. Because these executive functions control your inner being of actually making good decisions. So children that have better executive functions, the executive functions develop in 3 spurts, like growth spurts. The first happens 0 to 7, 0 to 8 years of age. The second time we see them is at 14 to 16 years of age. The third time we see them is 23 to 25 years of age. So if we did a really good job in the early years, they make better choices when they're teens. They stay away from risky behavior. They're able to make better control on their decisions. They're happier. They have better security and they're not as insecure. Same thing happens, right? We keep continuing that growth. Then they go into that early adulthood. Their relationships are better. Their job performance is better. They're able to stay on task. They're able to work a little bit harder. So this gives them the edge in life that we want our children to have. So what does fueling brains then do? We're able to track the intelligence of children. So in this program, we're not only able to track the individual brain growth of each and every child, we're also able to track the classroom growth. That's significant because, when you have a class of 20 children, they can bring a class down, they can bring a class up. And each class, you have, so many board members here, but you all represent different districts. Your district makeup is going to change, therefore your schools are going to be different. Similarly, in a classroom, the experience of teachers change. And what we then do is we work individually with each teacher because we want to be able to scaffold them, teach them, train them, so that if they have a developing class, we can coach them to be successful. And we do that by teaching them left brain, right brain, and movement activities and philosophies. So the left brain of a child, because they're building in this core, that left brain can control the structure. They understand how to do things. How does a chair work? How does the pencil work? How does the cat work? What am I supposed to do? The right brain controls the creativity and the problem solving. But imagine, right? Everybody here can think. Thinking is really powerful, and that right brain connecting those equations is so critical in order to be able to develop within your educational systems. So Fueling Brains then is able to connect the brain data to the parents. We run parent university programs where every week we work with parents, teaching them. They get to see their brain data. They get to understand what they can do at home. Simple things like having a conversation, setting the meal table. When you come home, do you put your shoes back in the right place? Do you tie your own shoes when you come? Are you independent when you're doing your bathroom functioning? Things like that, believe it or not, make a child successful.
And in regards to the parent university, guys, it's really important to talk about this because I don't know if you guys are familiarized with the research, but 70% of the activities that we do in schools, think about this, 70% of them, I'm talking about academic activities that we do for parents, are a waste of time. And I hate to say this to my friends in school, that's the reality. And the reason why it's a waste of time, talking about academically, is because parents don't feel equipped to go back home and apply those techniques in their houses. So one of the things that we focus a lot with the parent university is elevating the self-efficacy on parents. In other words, making them feel that they can do these activities at home in a simple way to help ultimately hit the teacher. And like Anil is saying, this is done through simple things. When you're cooking, what are the things that you can do with your child when you're doing this? When you're doing grocery shopping, when you're in the mall. So we try to connect the brain development activities with simple life activities because ultimately our goal is that every parent who has an early childhood child can reach out the brain matrix of any child at any time through the application.
And so we do that through the parent university, through these dashboards, districts dashboards, looking at school data, and then being able to administer coaching to each and every teacher, and really being able to scaffold them for their each individual type of classroom goals. And then how do we do that when we work with the school district? So when we're working with Mission CISD, our main goal is to partner with you to be able to look at your scope and sequence, look at your curriculum, just look at the alignments, right? How are you going to differentiate that with all the things you already have in the classroom? And so looking at the CNI team, giving the teachers the autonomy, giving them a structure and training, and then being able to help them build those connection points at home and in the classroom so that they can lesson plan the activities, they can see the growth, charting the growth of their classroom and the children. And we've had remarkable success. We work with some special needs children from last year that grew close to 600% in brain development. The parents teared because they never expected their children to do that. But that caused the teacher and the parent to critically think differently. And this is what we would say to you today. It's to look differently at the children, and these are the needs that children have. It's not what we think they should learn. It's showing us what we know that they need to learn. And this is the tools that are going to give them the ability to use their own brain logic. We do a lot of this through a 5-step approach where we evaluate our product, we analyze it, we integrate it with the system, we stay with you till the end, we coach it, we then look at all of the programs that are happening, we redesign, redevelop, and we customize that product for Mission in an integrated approach, step by step. And the first thing we really do is we strategic plan everything. So we look at what are you exactly doing right now? We identify the right initiatives at the right pace so that teachers can support it. Like, let's be honest, right? We're in this craze of pre-K adoption and technology, and we don't want teacher burnout. But when teachers see this, they're like, wow, I went to school to teach children this way. So teachers get really supported that, you know what, my district and my school is actually going to look at the social skills, the emotional skills, and also look at the cognitive abilities of children. And as a child gets ready, we can load them. You will be surprised when you see your data. I can guarantee you 25 to 35% of your children have already mastered their brain function. They're just sleeper cells in your organization because we're so worried about the children that are kicking or biting or having tantrums that we miss these children. But if you know that, can you imagine giving them value-added gain 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years? They're going to be the ones that are going to be in those robotic competitions in the science centers because we caught them much earlier.
Well, and that approach is systematically, right? Once you have access to it, this is what happened right now. The data that we have access in early childhood education in 90% of the places is achievement data, DRA, reading levels, And that data is deceiving. It doesn't tell you the picture in regards to brain development. So that's a key point. Once you have that picture as a teacher or as a campus principal, you can develop a plan to truly close those brain gaps by the time they get to 6, 7, or 8 years old.
So we then go ahead and we do the implementation, we test the results, we make improvements, and then we create the launches. So that way we can take focus groups, we can build them through the programs. We've already seen the products that work for you. And so working with your C&I team, we can identify what are the right approaches to coordinate those functions. One of the things I wanted to share with you, and if I can work on the technology, I can probably figure it out. There we go. I got it. So when we look at the technology and we look at some of the data, so Dr. Corrales can walk you through some of the data that we've seen. Go ahead.
I know that you did a presentation for the principal. Okay, the data. Can you talk about how you gather the data from the children?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So what we do is in the beginning of the school year, we do a benchmark assessment. So the benchmark assessment looks at the teacher typically 2 to 3 weeks after the children have started. We're able to get the teachers to do observations, and we look at 3 critical areas: inhibitory control, working memory, and cognitive flexibility. There's 9 intelligence areas that we look at. So emotional control, impulse control, task initiation, planning, organization, self-help, working memory, flexibility. And within each of them, there's different executive function skills and abilities. So there's 48 skills and abilities, and the teacher marks, okay, let's say it's, does the child hold information in their mind? Sometimes, right? So it would be 1 to 2 prompts. All the time, so no prompts, or 3 or more prompts, not very often. So the idea is that the teacher is marking them on reliable, valid tests. And then what we do is we've created an internal algorithm that then scores the data. So we're able to score each 3 individual executive functions and the entire executive function of the child. And that's how we're able to control and understand what that development looks like. And I'll give you some mind-blowing statistics on that. Thank you for bringing that up. The principal thought this was really interesting. You know, we always talk about behavior, and teachers always come back, my class is not behaving, I don't know what to do. Well, behavior or inhibitory control, if a child has a red gap in inhibitory control, 95% of them have red gaps in working memory. They're completely different variables. In fact, inhibitory control has a long list of things that you want to look at, but 95% have working memory red gaps. And as schools, what do we first try to teach? Working memory, right? We're trying to give them all the cognitive skills. And 85% of those children, or only 15%, are actually reading at grade level if they have a red gap. Imagine the difference between those children I told you before that are already have brain development. 93% of them are reading at grade level.
So couple of things. So the most important thing here, guys, is we have a limited time to grow the brain. Like Anil said, is moldable until 6 to 7 years old. All right. Think about like a glass of water. You have a glass, right? And if the glass has specific size, you can put all the content you want in there, but what's going to happen? At a certain point, the glass is going to be full, right? But if you're able to expand the size of the glass before it becomes solid, okay, you can put all the content you want. Well, what I've been doing in the past is starting to put in content thinking that that's the right thing to do. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the instrument, because I think that's a really important question. That instrument has reliability and measures that have been proven with hundreds of children. And not only that, we do research that we compare the readings of the brain of the child in terms of magnetic resonance. Guys, by the way, I'm afraid of touching this instrument because it's $60,000. It's just this little thing, $60,000. We measure the readings of the brain of a child, and of course, if the parents agree to be part of the evaluation, whatever. And we compare with the reading of our metrics to see how comparable they are, the magnetic resonances to the data that we're collecting. And we're able to collect 22 children in 1 hour, the data. So that's how, and what we do is our evaluation cycle goes every 6 weeks. We try to evaluate that and provide the data and measure how the children are developing, progressing, or mastering the brain development content.
And then simultaneously, we take that data that we get and we give recommendations to parents based on their brain data electronically. Teachers can plan, behavioral specialists, instructional coaches can recommend activities to parents, but we also recommend it for the teachers. And the teachers know exactly where their gap is for all the children. That is kind of something similar for everybody in their class and also individually. And then there's thousands of activities that they can choose from. And as we work with the CNI, we map every single activity you guys have in your system and with your adoptions to every brain. Because let's be honest, everything builds the brain. But does it build it systematically and is it at the right time? So all we're doing is looking at the activity. Yes, this is a great activity, but this is for a tier 2 child with good working memory. But if we're just starting that development, then why would we stress the child out to make them feel like they can't do anything? And so that's the part where we sometimes suffer in the public system because we have a large population to deal with.
And so here we just have an example, and I don't want to overwhelm you guys with data, but it's kind of an example of a school district that we're supporting, one of the school districts we're supporting, and you can see the growth of the development, the children who are in development, and students who are in progressing, and students who are mastering, right? We want most of our students here mastering or progressing, right? So you can see how with the fidelity of implementation that we have, because that's the other thing. One of the things that we do through the strategic planning process is getting teachers buy-in. Because we know that as educators, that if teachers don't buy in or parents don't buy in, you can close that door and teachers are going to do whatever they think is best. So we really care about the buy-in of the teachers and administrators. So you can see here briefly how the data is progressing as time goes by. Every time that we took readings, you can see how the brain development gaps are closed. And we're really proud of this result. So,
So our goal at the end of the day is to get at least half of the children by this full cycle of a year to get into green. And then each year build on that. So we can now roster, right? So imagine the strength. We work in 3s and 4s, they go to the next grade, we know where to place those children, right? Because we know which brain gaps are gonna go together. So that way we don't start a class off blind. And that's never happened in early childhood education. The first time you start to get achievement data is when, like 1st, 2nd grade, when you're pre-testing for 3rd grade, all of a sudden you've got a little bit of a window and a predictive indicator of maybe some red flags, maybe some green flags, maybe some areas, how to combine the groups together. So that data gives you a lot of tools. But imagine if you only focus on that year 1 and you increase it 30%. But then year 2, you have the same data and you progress it again. And then you progress it one more time. 3 years of working on that. And those children, like I'll give you a really good example. One of our student graduates, I just talked to their parent, a few weeks ago, randomly, and he was talking about his child a year ago, not reading. And so he was like, he's not into reading, but this guy's theaterist. Like he can memorize a poem and recite a 7-minute poem with like full at 6 years old. Okay, fearless kid. Very good brain functions, top 2% in Canada. And we have many students when they get to that brain development that they grow into a very high percentile of brain development. Well, so he goes, my child's been going to the library a lot, so reading a lot of books. Well, I heard 6 months ago. Just 2-3 weeks ago, he goes, he finished the Harry Potter series. Harry Potter, he's 7 years old. So then I keep going back to him because I don't believe it. And then I'm like, how long was the last book? 800 pages. How long did it take him? 10 days. Okay. How do you teach content to Harry Potter for a 7-year-old, right? He goes in the middle of the series, he got scared. But now watch, this is a critical part. But he goes, Papa, don't worry. I like the book. In 1 week, this child figured out how to deal with his nightmares. By the end, he not only said, I want to finish the book, he finished it, and now he started Percy Jackson. He's on a whole nother series. So you see, we haven't dealt with children that have brain developed so much. And when you know that and you give that information to parents, their engagement with that child completely transforms. Imagine your child listening to you for 5 minutes and having a conversation versus you always having to tell them. Parents get frustrated, children don't know what to do, and it's not the child's fault. And that's where we are today. So I hope that gave you a little bit of a background of what we're really, really passionate about. And believe me, from the bottom of my heart, coming to Mission, and I told Dr. Perez and Dr. Roberts this, is that, the children here come from very different backgrounds. And can you imagine us giving such a population so much energy in cutting edge stuff that you may see in California or San Francisco or New York, and bringing that here. And from our side, we have, we employ over 500-600 people, but giving that best brains, like one of our curriculum developers, she's a international best-selling author, really strong about looking at strengths and needs, and has left the private world to help this mission of helping children in marginalized homes, in areas of underprivilege. And that's what happens in pre-K, right? Entire Texas pre-K is based on who? The underprivileged. And these are the children that are the highest percentage of third grade achieve. And can you imagine I couldn't imagine. I came from a really poor home myself, and I came in a community that was 95% white, 5% minority. Sometimes I had to sit outside of my classroom. I was thought pretty intelligent, but not marked very intelligent, right? I didn't have the right opportunities, right? And if you think about it from that lens, for that child to be able to come in this pre-K society from that background to get everything, I mean, it's mind-blowing that we're going to give them the ability to develop the right way.
Well, and for us, that's a life mission. We want to be able to allow, like I said before, that every parent who has an early childhood child access their brain metrics, which is the right thing to do. They can pick up their phone and they can see, this is where my child is. Doesn't matter where your child is. So it's been a pleasure for us. I know we threw a lot of information on you. It could be a little overwhelming. So we're here for answer any questions. If you guys have any questions at this point, any comments, we're happy to answer them or whatever you want to say.
Slide on the dashboard. I can see how y'all the dashboard
Sure.
has the.
Okay. So then, what you mentioned earlier, and that's what you talked to the principals, it's a survey where the teachers see the kids tying their shoes, doing different things, and they check off always, sometimes, never, and so forth. So you have all those 40-some indicators.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's done at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
And then you have,
Every 6 weeks.
okay, every 6 weeks at the beginning, and then every 6 weeks.
Yes.
Then you work with the curriculum. We're adopting the pre-K curriculum, and we've already adopted the reading adoptions from, pre-K to second grade, which is the grade levels that you're working with. And then, so you embed the activities of brain development within the curriculum that we have.
Yes, ma'am. And we also, the two important things, right? Everything is through the system, the LMS system. So it's the assessments, the reporting, the lesson planning. The second thing is the coaching. One of the things that when you look at, because we have helped several districts, we have sit down to the adoption and helping guiding to the process. One of the main complaints and requests from early childhood educators is the coaching. They feel that they're left alone. And so one of the things that we have been able to adopt is a ongoing coaching model where teachers can at any time receive coaching throughout the week, throughout the day, at any time they want. We're here to help them. And so that's something that is really powerful because they feel that they are able to do this. They feel like a partner in us. That's a really good thing. A lot of when you most teachers, and let's be honest with you, when they adopt new adoptions every 8 years, every 7 years, they get overwhelmed with all the things that they receive. Honestly, most of the times they ended up in the shelves for years. So one of the things that we have learned is that we can provide materials and activities that are aligned to with brain development in a scaffold. So 20 activities, all right, where they can really work in developing those brain development gaps with their parents and their children. So that's something that we have done. So we have the system that measure it, that incorporate lesson plannings and activities and the brain metrics. We have the coaching model, ongoing coaching model, the parent university, and we have also the materials that develop the brain.
Okay, so the coaching is the professional development.
Yes, and that's ongoing 24/7.
Call services is what it is.
On-call service.
Okay, so you have activities, we have the program already, okay, so the curriculum. So what they're going to be implementing is the technique. So you're saying that you have techniques for all the activities that are within the curriculum, because if we don't have them, you're going to develop them according to what we had.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Do you have samples of what you showed the principals?
Yeah. Let me pull it up. So in this computer,
Like,
give me a second. It's
okay.
While you pull that up, let me just ask you a question.
sure.
What schools, is there any other schools here in the valley that do this already, or
This will be the first district in the valley.
where in tech, do you do any?
Yeah, so we do for Houston Independent School District and Fort Bend ISD, we do all of the Head Start programs. We do the entire Southwest Head Start schools. We do Stafford Municipal School District is where we started. We also work with Lake Worth ISD here outside of Dallas. And we have about 4 or 5 other districts that are looking at just starting within August and October timeframes and their release.
And we have Goose Creek ISD.
Goose Creek ISD
That's
as well.
Houston? That's Houston?
Houston, right? Baytown, Texas.
Goose Creek ISD, they're building this huge facility. But what I tell people is you don't have to build a facility, a huge facility. Their facility is similar to one, I don't know if you guys have seen it. There's one in Dallas, outside Dallas in Mansfield. They really look like a children's museum. So they're building the same similar facility in Houston, but they're implementing the fueling brain system from the get-go. And so that's Bay City ISD as well. So there's a lot of, honestly, we have a limited amount of clients that we're gonna take because we really wanna make sure that we provide the service in the right way. So that's what we're really excited to be here because honestly, we wanted to get in the Valley a long time ago, and I think this is a really good opportunity for us and for you, for the educational community.
And how this came to be is we're working with curriculum instruction. We know we've got to close achievement gaps. So Dr. Roberts and her staff, Dr. Roberts started looking at what's out there that can help us. And especially now with brain development, because we know not every single parent has the time to communicate with the children, to develop different skills. But Dr. Roberts can tell you. You need the mic.
One of the things that early on, whenever I reached out to them and asked them to tell me a little bit about the program, because we are in the midst of a curriculum adoption. So this summer when we do curriculum writing, what is very important to us is that we have our teachers involved in curriculum writing. And that's what I told them. So we will come in and we'll work on your curriculum scope and sequence. And one of the very first things I told them, I don't want you to come in and do it. I want you to coach and work with the teachers to do it. Then that way from the get-go, they have that buy-in, they build that relationship so that they know at any time they can reach out to their coach that will come in.
Yes.
And I think that this evening I have several more items to present, I mean, the EL program, but some of that is also coaching. We're really big into coaching. And you know what we love about coaching is it's not threatening to a teacher or to an administrator because of the fact that when we have a coach, we say, okay, we want you to work with this teacher. The teacher feels confident, learns to build that relationship, and we call them and say, hey, can you help me teach this? Or I'm really struggling with that. And they don't have to feel like they're being evaluated. But at the end of the day, it's going to help our kids to reach that next level. So one of the things that working with, when we went out for an RFP, and I will present that, but whenever we discussed with Dr. Corrales and Dr. Karim, it was like, I don't want you to come in and do it. Our teachers need to have that buy-in. That's part of the curriculum writing. And so we do have all of our principals are also online tonight. And we did have a committee that went through. And so and we did a survey. We did not want to force the program on anybody. So what we wanted to do was make sure that the campuses, wanted to do this program. Because it isn't innovative. It is a change in the way we're doing things. But if we think about it, the state has poured billions of dollars into the early childhood because that is so foundational. One of the things this reminded me of early on was, and some of you may be familiar with that, was Agile Minds, the data center, which we used to use for our 8th graders that were struggling in math. And the whole thing is about brain development. Just like you can get on a treadmill and you can exercise your body, the whole purpose is to train your brain. Because a lot of children, if they have not been successful in math, and I used to teach elementary for many years, and I can't do math. What do you mean you can't do math? You're only in 3rd or 4th grade. You can do math. But they get this mental block. And so Agile Minds was very similar. It was to reframe the way the children are thinking so that they build that confidence. And what I like is that they're correct. And a lot of times we go and we say, okay, what do they need in 3rd grade? Let's backtrack it now all the way to pre-K. And that's not the way we can do things. We have to build from pre-K up every year. later on, whenever I go into the, when I present this, as to see if we're gonna move forward with it, we're at almost 80% of our kids in pre-K, and I'm embarrassed to say it, pre-K through second grade, when we did the beginning of the year assessment, 80% were considered at risk. They were not even where they needed to be, and if we think about that, in second grade, going up to third grade, it's really scary because third grade is our first year of accountability. But that tells us we're not doing things that we need to meet the needs of our children. And what I love about this too is that the parents are also taught in a way how they can work with their children on those little skills. Tie your shoes, take your shoes off when you go out. I'm half Japanese. We had to take our shoes off when we walked into the house, but we had the shoe place. And early on, you're trying to do certain things like that because that is part of their brain development. But if you have questions, our principals are also online if you have questions for any of them.
Yeah, but answering the question in regards to the curriculum, because I think that was a really good question. So there are several ways that we can work with school districts, right? But one of the ways that you were mentioning, once somebody pick up a curriculum, we go there as surgeons and try to realign their scope and sequence in a way that is addressing brain development. Now, that may look different for every classroom, right? Because every classroom is going to have a different physiognomy in terms of brain development. And actually, it also helps to teacher retention. Because let's be honest, if you don't have this data as a principal, let's think about this. As a teacher, you're going to receive the children that you receive. You're not going to pick them and say, okay, I want this, one. But if as a principal, you know the brain data from those students as they come to you, you can balance the classroom for people who are in progressing, development, and mastering. But think about it as a teacher. Let's say you're a new teacher and have really good intentions, but you have 2-3 years in a row that you have received developing children.
And with Mission, what we've also been able to do is we've targeted actual didactic material to go in the classrooms to scaffold that teacher development so that there's enough activities that build early inhibitory control skills that give focus, because a typical curriculum is, I learned A today, right? I'm going to go through my phonetics, but I didn't even know close to phonetics. I can't even control my emotions. I don't know what happy and sad is. So we have didactic material that are for those learners that the teacher can put them on. They feel successful while they're doing lessons. They're individually pacing them. And that's something that's critically different that we don't see in classrooms. So all of those things would also be not only taught, scaffolded, and developed, but also provided in the classroom so the teachers can start right away. So that if they're looking for activities that are aligned in your curriculum, that are not part of the curriculum, they're all available. And also there's things in their classrooms that they're able to use. And I wanted to show you what the dashboards look like when a teacher logs in. So a teacher is able to look at her classroom. She's able to look at her enhancement plans or his enhancement plans and the profile of their children. So you see right away the teacher can see how many children are developing and progressing and mastering in total brain function. When you see that icon below, you're able to see where are my strengths of the class. This is looking at the entire aggregate sum of brain development for that class. So in this particular class scenario, 74% of children or 74% of inhibitory control in the children has been developed. That's a really good indicator. Therefore, working memory is going to increase and you have good flexibility. We're also able to look at where the gaps are in the population of children in that classroom. So you can see right away, 22% of children have inhibitory control gaps. Now, what will mind blow you with the data at 80%? Imagine you have a class of 20. And let's say 40% of the children, 8 children, have behavioral needs. Where do you think the teacher's time is going to go? To the 12 children or to the 8 children? So you see, you really need to get the 12 children to help teach the 8 children, get a plan for that classroom to get normalized so that everybody can learn. And explain simple terms what inhibitory control. Yeah, so in simple terms, inhibitory control, this section looks at behavior. Working memory looks at problem solving, critical thinking, how you're going to take the thought of what you're learning. And so this is where I was telling you is these children that have red gaps here, this is actually good data. If you have a red gap here, then 95% of those children have a red gap in working memory. And I can guarantee you 80 to 85% of those children cannot meet basic learning levels.
Now, the scary part here, guys, is those red spots that you see there. And now, remember, we have this reading for every child. Those red spots, if you don't get rid of those red spots before they become 6 or 7 years old, they tend to stay there forever. Because 90% of your brain is developed within 0 to 6, 7 years old. So think about that, the consequences of not doing it systematically at an early age.
Mhm. And so a teacher is able to see the child and then each child's development, and they can break it up and group them. So we can look at the abilities. If I'm looking at behavior, how many children, which are the ones with behavioral gaps? Which are the ones that have working memory strengths? So I can start to now position my curriculum for those children, exactly how you asked about the curriculum. If the curriculum is made for working mind, then I know who my children are. I need to give small group lessons to these 5 groups, get them off running, and then work on these 12 children separately. So you see the teacher can become a little bit more agile and flexible inside of our classes. And then our goal is really, you see how the brain scores are then shown for parents. They're able to see the flexibility marker, the inhibitory marker, and the working memory. And let's say, they started at reds. Okay, great. Well, then they can get to yellow and green, but it could be very much different colors. It could be green and red and yellow. And so a parent gets really motivated when they see their brain change, and you're not telling them to read and write and do math. You're just telling them to teach them to be independent and happy and socialize and try to get those basic skills. And the research is when a parent participates with a school district, it's like a school district spending $1,000 per month on that child, because parent participation happens on the hours they're not at school. And that's a huge value for us. So first thing is getting our teachers to speak the language. This is what we find successful. And then we scaffold the parents slowly. And then when the teachers are in and the parents work in synergy, you're getting those brain scores up much higher. And I think that participation increases for those parents because they see that they're making a difference in their child's life.
Dr. Roberts, and did you say that you did a survey? Joe,
And what are our principals?
how did they feel about this program?
All of our principals,
Have copies of it?
All of our principals,
Do you have copies to pass out?
all of our principals pre-K through kinder. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. And this also has the cost on it. All of our principals went through the program pre-K through kinder. And we had 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 that wanted this program for first grade, and then 4 that wanted the program for second grade. And so the way, I'm gonna go ahead, I guess at this point, should I present the agenda item?
Explain it. Okay.
On the agenda item, I do have, part of this is to take this forward. And part of our concern, of course, is that, when I saw the BOY, beginning of the year boy data, it was alarming. I mean, we know part of it, was about the pandemic and the kids having been home and things. But to see that data at the beginning of the year, and then in the middle of the year when we did our January data, it had slightly improved. And so anyhow, so when we surveyed our principals, all of them wanted pre-K through kinder, pre-K 3, and pre-K 4. And it's based upon the number of students. So the way the program works is by student, they charge us for professional development. That professional development also includes the on-call and the coaching with each individual teacher. And it includes them coming in and helping us align our curriculum, working with the teachers in the summer for curriculum writing. Then there's the software you saw part of the data dashboard, and that's about $100 per student for year 1. And then the teachers get the activities that align with what we're doing. So they have, I don't think y'all brought a picture of like the centers that y'all have, that the teachers can see
Yes,
for left brain and right brain activities.
I do.
So at the end, it's about $311 per student, is the way I broke it down. So that you-
And the funding source?
The funding sources, we would be using our professional development budget for the professional development, state and federal money, and our bilingual. We have a big push next
Nothing
year.
is local.
Oh, nothing is local. All of it is either, and if we need to, we have early childhood money as well. So it would be state and federal money, early childhood money, and bilingual money.
How many coaches would you be sending to be, training?
It would be all of our teachers that are serving the children. Like if they're a pre-K teacher, kinder teacher, if their campus wanted their first grade, it would be all teachers that are trained.
Another thing that I have a question with is like your special needs.
Yes. that
I
was
want to
one-
know what are we going to do with special needs?
Mrs. Cruz also, she's attending from her office, but she's also one, and the first time we saw the presentation, that was the very first question I asked, and Dr. Pettis actually asked that as well, you know, hey, isn't this good for our special needs children, especially with the brain development?
Mhm.
And so she also would like it for the special ed unit, some of her units that she was very, very interested in as well.
And she'd like to develop a proposal as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it with the special needs. I mean, I can see it with the kindergarten, but you know, I mean,
And again, well, we did not want to go in and tell the principals we're doing this. We always need their buy-in. And I mean, for anything that we do want to ask our principals because at the end of the day,
they're the ones that are going to do it.
and also with our teachers as well. So, we asked them, and so I did
Oh,
the
no,
survey
good.
with
This
them,
thing
and
keeps
also
coming
what
down.
grade
It's
levels
my
they
fault.
wanted before. We never, I mean, I can honestly tell you, we did not say, we're gonna do this, you must do it. They all saw the presentation, they had questions, and then as they're coming, they send you on the survey, we let me know who wants it, who does not want it. And so the results of the survey, you can see where they said
Well,
yes or no.
do we have any principals
We
online?
do have principals online.
Okay, I know that, some of the principals that were asking a lot of questions or made comments was like Ms. Trini Peña.
Ms. Payne?
Ms. Peña, are you online?
May I?
Dr. Perez, I'm here.
Would you like to make any comments?
Well, I did have a lot of questions with the first presentation. I didn't feel comfortable giving the teachers any more to do in the classroom aside from all they have had to endure and do. However, when I saw, when we took a tour of the school that has implemented this, and I saw the activities that were taking place in the classroom, I feel very comfortable, and I started to feel a lot more comfortable. And then I did ask at that time, how is this going to be delivered or handled in the classroom? And they assured us that it will be embedded in the teacher's lesson plan. So it's not like it's going to take time away from our daily schedule. It's going to be embedded, and the activities that we saw were things that some of them we might be doing already, maybe just not consistently. So I'm really excited now to see what's going to happen when we do implement it consistently across the district. I know that some of us chose pre-K3 through kinder, some of us chose pre-K3 through second grade, but there will be a consistency in the early childhood grade levels. So I am looking forward to implementing this at our campus if approved.
Also, Ms. Martina Garcia, since the very beginning, she said she wanted it up to second grade. Are you there, ma'am? From Salinas Elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you give us a little bit about what you thought and why you came to that conclusion? Because at that time,
Well, actually, the reason why I was on board right away is because, as you know, we've had training for the Fine Arts Academy with Dr. Daryl Mickle, in the past. And we did talk about and explore the idea of this very concept, where we teach the children how to learn and how we need to prepare them for the critical thinking that comes later on in the future when they do have to do the state assessments. And we felt that this was a key component that was missing in what we do. And we talked about how fine arts really addresses those areas, where there's more of the creativity. And that was the reason why when this was first presented, I felt it was very important. It was, critical to, do something like this, because that would go along very well with our goals and our program at Salinas.
Uh-huh.
And the fact that, you know, this is pretty much, you get training, you right away have this embedded in the activities that you do every day. This is gonna really help the teachers just grow, help the children grow and develop in a way that perhaps we haven't been addressing, or not everyone has gotten that type of attention where they can then be successful as they're older. So yes, I do believe it's a very good program, and that it's something that we should look into, because this goes right along with addressing that fine arts component and the way that children develop and learn.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mendoza, you had a question.
I have a question, Dr. Roberts. I don't know if you can answer it or maybe one of the principals. But for those that said no in first and second, is there a reason why they would have the pre-K through kinder but not first and second?
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. I had the same question. I just wanted to know.
And you know what, I'm probably gonna have.
Can you please?
Yes, I'm probably gonna have to let the principals answer that. Part of it is in the presentations, if you notice, they talk a lot about the brain development with the age of 6.
Right.
Your pre-K3, your pre-K5.
If I may? If I may?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ivan Zamora, principal at Main
Yes,
Elementary.
yes, ma'am.
Whenever we start any program, we like to roll it out, okay? We like to get a specific grade level. We chose the pre-KK because we want them to, you know, delve in and convince the others, you know, and see the results. And so then we roll it out, we'll go to first and second eventually. So we like to do it that way so that it's not overwhelming, you know, as a campus, and so that our teachers can buy in. It's important. Teacher buy-in is important. So we need to make sure that, you know, and so that's the way we've done things, and it's worked out really well for us. We are excited to bring in the program, but we've always done that. So I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yes,
For us, for MIPS.
okay.
So Dr. Roberts, so should we consider first and second at all?
We do have some campuses, what we did is we allowed them to say whether or not they wanted to go forward with it. And so you can see on the spreadsheet.
I'm seeing it, but I'm just saying with the answers that I'm hearing about the 6.
If I may address that.
Sure.
The principals that want it up to second grade is because they believe their first and second grade students need that brain development. And they feel that the children need that type of training so that they can continue to accelerate. That's the rationale that these principals wanted. You know, as a parent, I can tell you, I want to make sure that my child has all those brain develops so that he can continue to be successful in years to come. However, you also know that we have a diverse school district, and campuses differ in terms of demographics, in terms of achievement. So the principals that selected first and second, many of them, it's because they're worried.
Yeah.
You know, we went through a whole year of remote instruction and are still going through that. Not only that, what we always hear is our third grade teachers do miracles. That it takes
Dr.
a lot
Perez,
of
you
tutorials.
nailed it. You nailed it, Dr. Perez. You know, at MIMS Elementary, we have a different demographics. Therefore, we do have some of our students who have the, you know, the experiences, and therefore we feel like we, you know, we can roll in this program in a different way. But you're right. Other campuses, their students may not have had those experiences, and therefore we need to delve in and provide them for, you know, if the home environment doesn't permit, we should jump in and do it.
Absolutely.
And from a research perspective, the brain is malleable 0 to 8 years old, right? That's the original early childhood. And when executive functions were first studied from 1960, psychologists were able to measure the executive function only at the age of 5 and 6. And so a counterpart of mine, a researcher, Dr. Thorell out of Sweden, she's built an instrument called the CHECI, the Childhood Executive Function Inventory. And there's hundreds of thousands on reliability metrics that are used in schools and school districts throughout the world. The brief is also one nationally that's used, and they're specifically used for 6 to 10 or 6 to 9-year-olds because the executive function that's developing in those children, yes, you can intervene at 6 and 7, but it's the approach needs to be very mindfully thought up. And that was the idea here is if we see there's a gap, you'll see that same gap at 3rd grade and at 5th grade. But at 3rd and 5th, it's going to be very difficult to transform it because Harvard's released a study of how brain changes in time. And so how much intervention versus how much time the age of that child is. And so, yes, even if you think back to your early years, you've set all your principles up by 7 or 8 years old. So you can still go backwards and adjust, just like you want to crawl to build creativity. So it definitely is possible. It will require the principal's commitment and the teacher's commitment to be able to make that difference in those children's lives. But it's different than the special needs or RTI process. Where in the RTI, you're trying to get them to read faster. Here, you're trying to say, no, I know these things are missing. And if I can't get you to hold information in your mind, let's try to see how we can build that focus first, that emotional resilience first, and then let's get to the RTI, because it's not going to help anyways.
So it would be throughout the whole school year?
Absolutely, yeah.
And in the schools that you are servicing at this time, what kind of feedback have you received from them? Is it working?
So it's a process, right? So every teacher, as the district is implementing it, goes through their training. They are able to see their data, but the first thing that changes is the language. The language is foreign in the beginning, right? So the first thing they're like, oh, that's what I'm looking at, inhibitory control. That's right, that's a working memory. So that catastrophic shift has increased. Just the language changes and seeing the data is almost 20 to 25% changes in brain data naturally as they're starting to apply their strategies and they're starting. And then it's the coaching. So I'll give you a really good example of the on-call, like you heard about the coaching. Now we coach bi-monthly, monthly coaching, right? Like you meet with the teacher. Now in planning time, it's the teacher that's planning. We have teachers, probably 70% of the teachers that do coaching come on a weekly basis, because it's their planning time and we're helping them plan. So there's a coach guiding them, scaffolding them. And when they can see change in their classroom, and those teachers see almost 40 to 50% changes in brain development over a 3-month period. And so now they feel more successful versus the same teachers last year, their brain data didn't change much, just a natural, whatever a natural growth would be. And they felt like they were bad teachers. Now they feel like they're in more control, but it also depends on the time and the effort that the teachers do put in, if that answers your question.
Did our parents at all have any, you have not
No.
contacted them at all? Haven't
No.
done that? Okay.
What, this type of presentation was done for the principals, and then you arranged a virtual tour of a school where our principals got to see what was happening in the schools, in the classrooms, and then they got to ask questions to the principals
Okay.
Yes,
and the assistant principal and
yes.
a strategist.
Yes, and I kind of, the good thing about that meeting was honestly that the principals were able to talk to each other. They have all the principal permission, and they were able to talk to a couple of principals in that school. We did it actually virtually. It was a really cool section. And, we have in one of the videos that we have, we don't want to bore you with hundreds of videos because we have many videos. One of the videos that we do is one of the dishes that we're serving. You have a parent talking about the testimonial, how that she felt, how she started learning about brain development, how that impacted the way that she approached education and all this stuff. So but honestly, we're really proud of it. But like Anil said, just by changing the dialogue and elevating the level of awareness for teachers, you make a huge difference. Now they understand, okay, there's 3 areas that I have to work. I have access to this data. Just doing that, because right now what they're seeing is we give them the curriculum and they're measuring reading levels. But that doesn't tell you really how to develop the brain of a child. So when they have access to this, just by knowing this, you immediately start seeing an impact. And of course, once you get parents on board, and it's a process, right? Like I have been an administrator, getting parent involvement is a challenge. So what we're trying to do is we do 1 hour a week where they can show up and they could start learning about brain development. And they're, how can I help my child at home? How can I help my child when I'm cooking? How do I help my child when I'm driving? So those type of things, we start a conversation that it doesn't become overwhelming, but it also becomes simple terms that they can align with what we do in the classroom. So honestly, we're really proud of it. And our goal, to be honest with you, is that everybody have access to brain development, because it's the only way to fully develop the potential of a child.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very, very nice.
Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure, and
Thank you for coming.
thank you so much.
so much.
Just to close on the brain development, one of the things that we talked about from the very beginning is that we don't want them separate and apart. That's what we thought was very important, that not that our teachers just learn the new curriculum, that we implement next year, which is the benchmark of the district, that everything that we do is integrated and we don't piecemeal things together. That's why from the get-go, we want to make sure that the integration occurs when we work on curriculum writing this summer to integrate the brain development into our curriculum so that when the teachers work with it, it's already integrated.
Makes sense.
That way, when you work in the summer with the curriculum, it's integrated and it's not just gonna be a curriculum that's gonna be sitting on the shelf and all the material with a new program, like we've had programs. So, and I like this because those teachers those principals that have not selected the first and second, it's not a big deal if they didn't select it now, because it's going to really fit, because those kids will be the first graders and the second graders, and it just moves.
Yeah.
No, it just moves very smoothly, so.
They'll be moving up.
Good.
The teacher buy-in is crucial here, where they believe in it, and that's how they can get it across.
And that's why, we didn't have to buy the materials, but the fact that when you give it to them, they don't have to be making them,
Right.
okay? And the fact is, we have all this funding because of the pandemic. We didn't have kids in front of us to be doing all these tutorials and all of these things.
Right.
So we want to spend it to make sure that, we make that huge impact. But also, and we told the principals, your staff, your kids. You're the only one that can make decisions on what you need.
I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, the implementation will be good, and if you're going to implement the program, you need to buy everything that goes with it, coaching and materials and whatever they need, because that's what we're here for.
The whole package.
Do it.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. We're back to discussion, summer programs.
As to
Yes, okay, go ahead, Dr. Roberts.
That was the presentation. The goal that I had to discuss with RFP. But next on the agenda, we have Ms. Kim Rissick, presenting the summer programs for 2021. Ms. Rissick.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Pettis, Superintendent, and members of the audience. Tonight, I'm here to share some information concerning the summer programs for 2021. We are proposing summer school programs that will provide accelerated instruction, supplemental instruction, and credit recovery programs for all students interested in attending and/or meeting the qualifications in grade 1st through 12. In addition to that, we will also have a program that provides the required summer bilingual education for grades pre-K and kinder, as well as STAR end of course for secondary. This year, unlike others, we will have in-person summer school only. We will not be offering a virtual option, and we are encouraging all students who wish to attend. Normally, we limit it to our students who are struggling. This year, we feel like all of our students are struggling, so we don't want to limit that opportunity for all students. So we will be opening up to all students who wish to attend. The summer school programs will be held at 3 elementary campuses. So we'll have Salinas Elementary as the host campus for Alton, Cantu, Waits, and Cavazos. We will host at Bryan for Mims, Castro, and Midkiff. And then Leal Elementary will host Escobar-Rios, Marcel, O'Grady, and Pearson. We will have 2 secondary campuses. So we will have Ralph Cantu Junior High, which will host the 4 junior high campuses to include Alton Memorial, K. White, and Mission Junior High. And then the high school campus that will host is Veterans Memorial. So all students who attend Mission High School, Mission Collegiate, and Veterans Memorial will attend at VMHS. Most of the programs will operate Monday through Thursday through the month of June. And I did include, you do have a folder where I've included a summer school programs at a glance, and it has the schedules for all the different programs that we are currently offering at both the elementary, the junior high, and the high school level. The funding source for these programs vary depending upon, what students will be served. The majority of the funding will come from state compensatory or Title I. We will also be utilizing state bilingual, CTE, CCMR, migrant, and Individuals with Disability Act funds. And the estimated cost for all programs is about $830,000, which includes salaries, the materials, resources, and things like that will be needed for all of these programs. And so next week, we'll be asking for your approval for the summer school programs that are planned for 2021. And we are we have been meeting with our content coordinators because we do want to ensure that the programs that we are offering will be interactive and will be fun for our students. We know that, they've been missing out on that educational opportunity for quite some time. And so we are offering them, our content coordinators, the opportunity to look at purchasing materials, and we're providing those funds for them so that they can, so that our students will be engaged. Because the most important thing is that our students want to continue to come for those. It's only 11 days of instruction, so we're going to take all that we can get. But it's important that the kids want to continue to come each and every day.
Definitely.
So thank you.
I have 2 questions for you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
I know
ma'am.
you mentioned that there was
Not going to be any virtual, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the one that's down here at the very bottom? It says virtual
And what does it say in the next column?
pre-K.
Okay, so with the bilingual program for pre-K and kinder EL students, the state mandates a minimum of 120 hours of instruction. So with the program that we're providing, it's 11 days of instruction. As I said, we do not meet that 120 hours. So what the bilingual director is proposing is that we have a session 1, which will run with summer school and be in person. And then in order to meet that requirement of the 120 hours, she's going to have to offer a session 2 in July, but that session will be done virtually.
I have 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one will be, are we prepared for the overflow if we have? Because we're still in COVID, so we still don't know. We have enough room in the schools for the overflow, for the 6 feet and for everything else that we need to be doing? Or we're going to go along and you're going to be ready to open more and have more people come in, teachers?
Well, preliminary, what we do is we send out permission slips. So we should have preliminary numbers long before we start the program. So once we get approval next week, applications will go out, and then each campus is provided with permission slips. They make contact with with all of their parents, and then the permission slips will go home, and then we base our numbers that way. So we should have, hopefully, if everything goes well, we should have preliminary numbers. And the campuses, just like this past year, we were planning for in-person summer school. And so what our campuses were doing is they had, a group of staff members that came in, and they were making calls to all other parents. Are you interested? So that we had, are you interested in sending your student, because it will be in person? And if not, and then they indicated beside. So that way we could plan for the number of teachers that we needed to hire. And then for the facilities, as it was, Of course, last year, was a little bit different. Last summer was, we were in the height of the pandemic last summer. And, we didn't have that many students whose parents were even going to allow them to attend. We had some campuses who had not even 10 in the entire campus that were willing to send their, and we know that our culture is very, we're very conservative. So, if we look at where we're at right now and how many kids we have actually coming into our buildings and we plan accordingly, I know that we'll be prepared for the overflow, but I don't anticipate that that's going to happen. And so what we're doing is we're more or less gauging it on where we're at right now and how many kiddos we have coming in. And I think that one of our biggest enrollments at the elementary is about 250 students who are actually coming. And so I think we'll be well prepared for whatever it is but we're going to make sure that we make all those calls and we have those estimated numbers prior to, because we have to hire the staff first.
Yeah. But it depends on where we are with COVID too,
Exactly.
So.
Exactly, because we had very good intentions last summer and then we ended up having to cancel.
Thank you.
Is transportation going to be provided?
Yes, sir. Transportation will be provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rustica. Next item on our agenda is the advanced high school exams. And every year, this is something we do bring to the board because it is a purchase that exceeds $50,000. Each year, students enrolled in advanced placement courses take the AP exams for their respective courses today. After testing, campuses submit their invoices for payment. College board exams are $94. However, a school-side waiver fee of $9 is deducted, resulting in a cost of $85 per exam. Students identified as lower SES receive additional fee reductions, totaling $60. So the cost for the children that are identified as lower SES is $25. We ask them to pay $15 and the district pays $10. All other students pay $40 and the district picks up the other $45 for their exam fees. For 2021, the invoices are anticipated to exceed $50,000, with the district's cost being approximately $63,573 for approximately 1,614 exams. This year, AP is making some different allowances, so students are going to be allowed to test in person or virtually. The first window will be from May 3rd to the 17th and be exclusively paper tests conducted on the campus. The second window will be from May 18th to the 28th and will be a combination of paper pencil tests and virtual testing. The third window will be June 1st to June 11th and will be primarily digital and can be administered from home or on the campus. The one exception will be Spanish language and culture, which has to be taken in person at the campus. So we will be asking for approval to proceed with the purchase of the AP exams, and this will come out of state funding and AP exams. The next items that we have on our agenda all have to do with the bilingual ESL program. And again, as Dr. Pettis mentioned earlier, we do have a lot of funding and we need to see that funding by the end of June. And so some of the items that we're bringing forward this evening, I will present the items. We do have our bilingual director, Ms. Angelina Martinez, here present. I don't know if y'all have met her, but she's been with us a little bit over a year. So the first thing that we are bringing forward is the consideration and approval of the purchase of a bilingual ESL program evaluation. We submitted for requests for proposals. And so on this one, we do not have all of the costs back yet, but we are anticipating that it will be over $50,000. Every year, the bilingual ESL department conducts an internal evaluation in accordance with the Texas Education Code. All school districts are required to conduct bilingual education or ESL, English as a second language program, with an annual evaluation. Collecting a full range of data to determine program effectiveness to ensure student academic success. As you will recall, the past several years we've had different studies in our district. Not last year, but previously we had our TASA curriculum audit, and that helped us to revamp our entire curriculum. We had Stetson Evaluation come in and evaluate our special education program, which resulted in realignment. And now we're asking that we have an outside evaluator come in and evaluate our dual language ESL program. So that is expected to be over 50,000. We'll have to come for you after the committee meetings and we get all the request for proposals. Are there any questions on the evaluation? Okay, our next item is consideration and approval of the purchase of bilingual classroom supplies. The pre-K through 5th grade dual language program is in need of resources that are beneficial to English learners due to the specific learning children need to learn a new language while learning science, math, social studies, and language arts at the same time. Students are expected to use language in relevant and real-world ways. A teacher survey was conducted to determine what resources would be beneficial for our English learners in the classroom. Based on the teacher survey results, input from the elementary content coordinators, and input from the bilingual department, the proposed resources were deemed necessary to enrich our bilingual dual language program. And so this also is going out for a request for proposals, and so every campus and every grade level have different alternatives that they can purchase. We expect this to exceed $50,000. Expecting around 80,000 out of bilingual. Are there any questions on the classroom supply?
No.
Our next one is consideration and approval of the purchase of bilingual ESL classroom libraries. Research shows that strong native language skills contribute to English learners' academic success throughout their education in their native language and in English. Providing our English learners with culturally relevant books in their native language will promote the continued development of their native language skills as well as their biliteracy and bilingualism. A teacher and librarian survey identified a need for more culturally relevant books in Spanish. Campus librarians made the selection of the books that would meet their campus English learners' specific needs. These books will be made available to all dual language and ESL students, pre-K through 12th grade. And the anticipated cost on that is about $252,000 for all 20 classes. Any questions? Okay. Next is the consideration and approval of the purchase of electronic translators also for our bilingual program. Our English learners make up about 36% of the student population of Mission CISD. In addition, many of our English learners' parents do not speak English. For many of our parents, language seems to be a barrier that keeps them from participating in their child's academic tasks. By providing campuses with a handheld translator that can be checked out to parents, we will decrease this language barrier to better meet the needs of our English learners and their parents. Translators will be distributed as follows: 30 per elementary school, 50 for each junior high, and 100 for our high schools. And that again also went out for RFP, so we will have a cost for you next week.
And those will be checked out
Yes, ma'am. Checked out.
for parents.
And we are still in the
And
process.
that's very critical because a parent that is not fluent in English is not able to help their child with homework.
For sure.
But if they're able to write in what exactly the homework is asking for, then the parent is able to support the child.
Good idea.
Or even in this
Program that they're offering,
This
we want the parents involved, so
Yeah.
they have that barrier of not being able
Yes,
to.
ma'am, absolutely.
Very true. Very true.
Then our next item was the consideration of the brain development program, just presented earlier.
Okay.
We've answered questions. I do ask that I be able to add one more agenda item for next week, and that is that annually we must have a TEAC certification that needs to be completed and signed by the board president, so that our IMA, instructional materials allotment, is released and our purchases are followed. We have to certify that we are following all the TEACs and all of our orders. So we'll be bringing.
Okay.
So those are our items that we're asking to be on our agenda for next week. And the other two we have are, as Dr. Pettis mentioned earlier, we did receive the Resilient Schools Program grant. And what we are doing at this, when we wrote that grant, we've written it for, either early childhood, bilingual, or high school math. Of course, we opted to write it for our English learners. Our department, including instruction and business, departments are fully aware that next year our big target is our EL students. And we have students who've been with us for many years, they get to high school and they're still considered lab students. So we need to look inside and see what it is that we need to do differently to address the needs of our English learners. And so when we wrote the grant, immediately we knew that we needed it for our English learners. And so this Resilient School Support Program grant, and we did go through a pretty rigorous interview with TEA, but it was good. All of it is targeted toward technical support that they will be sending to help us to improve our program. So that along with our program evaluation, we're looking forward to good results. They may take a year or 2 years, so we're looking forward to really working on our bilingualism program. And then we do have, we are still working on our farm to school program, so we did have an opportunity, and I have Sergio Pena, our K director. We are submitting for a community project funding request. We have our program now called Mission Farmers. We had Mission Reads, Mission Writes, and now we have Mission Farmers. And that, I wanted to tell you what the acronym is. And Dr. Pettis was very helpful in this, so we said, okay, what is the innovative thing that we can call it? And so it is, the F stands for farmers. I need to have memorized it, and I apologize. Farmers, agriculturalists, ranchers, machinists, engineers, ranchers, researchers, and suppliers. That's all along the line. Because we're looking at robotics, which is engineering, with eventually our farm to school program. We have had great response from, we received quite a few letters for our program. And, we have a question.
What was the R?
Research.
Oh, researchers. Okay.
So it's farmers, agriculturalists, ranchers, machinists, engineers, researchers, and suppliers. And so this grant, of course, is for the year of 2022. So we are going to have to begin, like with our portals and things that I've asked Mr. Sergio Pena and Mr. Carlos that have been giving me the ideas and putting things together. They've been helping me with different grants that we're looking for through the USDA. The Rotary has a global grant that they're really excited. They want us to get that written really quickly. So we're working on several grants for our orchard to get the learning laboratory going. But Mr. Pena, I don't know if you would like to add something.
Mr. Pena, the kinds of things that you all have been working on?
Very quickly.
I know that you and Mr. Lerma have been visiting the facilities.
Yeah. Good afternoon, distinguished board members, Dr. Pettis, members of the audience. We've been working very diligently, excited about basically the opportunities for our students to learn about plant science as a science and not just basically a plant. We developed basically a 6-year sequence for students that begins in the 7th grade all the way to 12th grade. And we see our kids being able to learn the science of planting, fertilizing, harvesting, besides just eating the foods that we find in the grocery store. They have a misconception that basically what they buy at the store suddenly magically appears at the store. And we want to show them that there is a process upon which basically starts from the ground to the store. So we're excited and it's amazingly, and I say amazingly, we've gotten off 2 sections at the high school off the ground this semester, which is unbelievable. I think we did it in 5 days, and I'm smiling at Dr. Roberts because I kept telling her in the fall. She said, no, now. I said, now. And unbelievably, we were able to start off 2 sections horticulture at our high schools, and the main plug is really for our teachers. We have 2 amazing teachers, science teachers, Jose Escamilla, Mission High School, and Joseph Villarreal from Moral High School, that are excited. They went through that training together, by the way, and they bring a lot of expertise and excitement to the program. So what we want to do is actually, we want to just turn them loose, basically provide the support from our end, but allow them to use their knowledge and expertise to carry their knowledge and skills and transfer it over to our students. And it goes beyond just planting. You talk about sales, you talk about farming, you talk about, every aspect of agriculture. And we want to be able to translate that to students for their future, because it just, it's not about just, well, I'm going to be a farmer. No, that's one of many, many occupations that kids can have in the future. So I'm excited. I'm excited for what the future brings. And we're excited for next year and see where this is going to take us. But again, we appreciate your support. Without your support, nothing is possible. And everything that we do, always the focus is on the benefit for students. we always remind ourselves, okay, how is this going to be beneficial for our students? And every decision is based on that. And as long as we continue to prioritize on that, we're going to be okay.
Fine.
Okay.
They will get credit for the class.
Yes, yes, all CPE classes and all high school credit, even
What
if,
is it officially called?
sorry?
What is the class officially called?
Well, it's the program of studies plant science.
Okay, okay.
It's plant science, and we begin with landscape management, horticulture, principles of agriculture, and then we go into again, greenhouse design and production and advanced horticulture, and just, it goes on and on.
From there.
But now we have the land to be able to do it.
Yes, yes, and it's gonna be a process, but it's gonna be exciting, and the line is just right there. I mean, it's such a blessing for us because it's just a skip hop away for our students. So,
Excited. to
appreciate your
see-
support.
Very excited to see it grow.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, like I'll say, hey, we do this, and he'll say, I don't think so, Dr. Roberts. I know that the next day I'm gonna have a whole proposal on my desk and how we can do something.
Yeah.
And so right now, he's working very, very closely, of course, with all the different programs, and we're also trying, Dr. Pettis and I met the other day, and we're trying really to see how we can leverage K courses with our fine arts and things, so that maybe our kids can get learning experiences with K, that they will have other requirements. With props, with designs, things like that. It gives our kids good experiences. So we're really all about next year trying to really focus on our electives. I mean, as much as I wish kids were coming to school for calculus and physics, they're probably not. But they will come for their extracurricular, they will come for their elective courses. That's what we have to leverage so that the kids will want to come into school. And we are trying to get more hands-on into our core content.
Exactly. And another course that has been very successful at BMHS is culinary arts, of which Mission High School is also asking for. And in looking at the infrastructure and all of that, it seemed like it was going to be impossible to start the year. We brainstormed, and because the first course is the principal's course, then, the students can make simple things like pudding, salads, and so forth. So we started brainstorming. The kids want it, we're going to give it to them. Even if we can't have the big appliances right away, but maybe we can have them second semester. But we started brainstorming, what do we need? Do we need, electrical skillets, a hot plate, a griddle? The blenders, the mixers. And so Dr. Roberts texted Mr. Payan, he says, we'll start ordering on Monday. Okay? If we build it, they will come. The kids want hands-on.
Yes.
And think about it. How many kids could probably work in a restaurant or do some catering while they go to school and further their education, or that may become their business in the future. So even with this farmer's project, it's about growing the fruits and vegetables for child nutrition, for the food pantry, for the culinary arts program, to build a farmer's market, and get as many of the other classes involved. But it's also through the lens of the sciences. Yes. And one of the things that was shared with us was that the AgriLife did a research that 3 acres of land would be able to provide a profit of $45,000. And that's a season.
Yes.
Per season. So think about if kids really want to go into that and learn that. Right now, organic farming is prime. It's big. And so that's what we're going to focus on, organic farming. So the teachers and them, they're so excited. They already got recipes so that, when critters attack the plants, what they're going to spray and so forth, so that it can be pesticide free. So, they're just super excited that Dr. Roberts came over and said, you know what? It's exploding. And I said, okay, let's go back. What are we going to do year 1? What are we going to do year 2? And we need to phase it in. And so but they're super excited. So thank you for your support, board.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Roberts, when we went the last time for graduation over to State Farm Arena,
Yes, ma'am.
the head culinary person
Yes.
said, whatever y'all need in your schools, let me know. So reach out to him
Excellent.
for culinary.
Excellent.
Because I was telling him that we had them in the high schools, and he said, I know the whole valley has a lot of culinary, but of course, we haven't done much this past year.
Yes, yes.
But reach out to him and see what he's willing to contribute.
Well, and the arena is already opening, so
Yes.
this is the perfect time.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Thank you all so much. We really do appreciate all of this.
thank you. No, thank you.
Madam President, may I add the summer programs, the evening exams, purchase of the bilingual program evaluation, purchase of bilingual classroom supplies, purchase of bilingual, ESL classroom libraries, purchase of the electronic traffic, and the purchase of the brain development program for early childhood to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And you can also add the ones you wanted to add. The ones that you wanted to, that you added up.
And this does conclude the transfer.
Thank you for all your work. Thank you. Facilities and environmental. Uh-oh.
Good evening, President Rogers, members of the board, Dr. Perez, members of the audience. The first agenda item I have is administration's rankings for the on-call architectural design, material testing and laboratory analysis, geotechnical investigation, environmental services, and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, MEP, engineering professional services. The disciplines of architectural design, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, MEP, and material testing and laboratory analysis, geotechnical investigation, environmental services had firms with equal rankings. Due to equal scoring of top firms in these three disciplines, administration recommended that these firms present in an interview format to the administration ranking committee. This additional step needed to be done to distinguish a top-ranked firm for these services. There can be no ties. However, this award of on-call professional services does not mean that selected firms will have exclusive rights to all MCISD products. On Wednesday, March 31st, 2021, virtual presentations were conducted with each firm being allowed 15 minutes of presentation time with an additional 15 minutes of question and answer session. Administration's ranking of the presentations was conducted by Ms. Lorena Garcia, myself, Ms. Dora Garcia, Mr. Joel Garcia, Ms. Romalda Ruiz, Mr. Martin Castaneda, and Ms. Daisy Cuevas was assisting. Those rankings are in front of you there. Administration will be presenting consideration approval to accept administration's ranking for the on-call professional services and to enter into negotiations. At this time, the rankings have been calculated, and as I mentioned, they are before you. From submitting our RFQs and presentations for the disciplines for PBK architects and EGV architects. As you can see by the point total, the rankings were PBK's 100 points with EGV at 7. For the geotechnical materials testing and laboratory analysis environmental services, it was Robert Kistner with 100 points and Terracon with 90. For the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, engineering, MEP, it was DBR with 98 points, Leaf Engineers with 97, and Half Associates 73. At next week's board meeting, we will be presenting and recommending consideration and approval of these rankings. Are there any questions?
Questions, anyone? No. Here in your, no, the paper. Oh, where's the bottom?
I placed them on your,
You had them on, oh, here? Yes.
yes.
Get it.
We did not have them,
I see it.
not have them ready when,
I didn't see them on here.
Highlighted already.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rita. I see it.
the next item is the best and final offer and to enter into contract for the on-call structural engineering and civil engineering professional services. These were presented At the regular board meeting held on March 10th, 2021, the board approved the following: to enter into negotiations with the top-ranked firm, Javier Hinojosa Engineering for civil engineering and Chanin Engineering LLC for structural engineering. These disciplines, when ranked, did not have a tie between firms submitting qualifications, and thus we could proceed with the negotiations phase. The initial negotiation letters were sent out on March 25th, 2021 for Mr. Javier Hinojosa for civil engineering and Mr. Miguel Chanin for structural engineering for these on-call professional services. Best and final offers will be presented at the board workshop as you do have them there before you. And we will be presenting these at the board meeting next week for acceptance. There's no questions. I can move on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The next item we had is the air duct cleaning project. On October 7th, 2020, the Board of Trustees workshop administration presented for consideration a supplemental budget for commercial air duct cleaning. The presentation identified 5 campuses with consideration given of the date constructed and proposed to have the entire HVAC duct system cleaned. The campuses identified were Pearson Elementary, Castro Elementary, Marcel Elementary, Cantu Elementary, and Mission Junior High School. Remaining campuses were to be on a 5-year rotation basis. At the regular Board of Trustees meeting held on March 10th, 2021, the board approved to negotiate with the top-ranked vendor, which was ServPro. However, since then, we did receive a best and final offer. However, there's been new information that's been brought forward by Mr. Malda Ruiz in the business office of a possible grant for the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, number 2, URSA. So at this time, we are placing this best and final offer on hold until we find out if we're eligible for this grant, and thus saving that money from the general fund.
Good, thank you.
Is that correct, Ms. Ruiz?
That is correct, sir.
And this,
But that would be for all the schools that you mentioned?
yeah, this URSA fund is allowable, now it's allowable to clean the air duct air systems. So, and this information just came to light, so that's why we want to place on hold until we find out if we're eligible for this grant.
But my question is, for all the schools that you mentioned?
For these, yes, ma'am. Next agenda item we have is change order number 1 for delay days for the Tom Landry scoreboard project. As per the construction contract, CISD is responsible for installing electrical power to the base of the scoreboard. The maintenance department electrical crew installed the required power pole and underground distribution service to the scoreboard. Final power connection from AEP service provider was installed on or about Tuesday, March 30th, 2021. Daktronics is requesting for this change order for 14 delay days due to the installation of the electrical meter from AEP and weather. Administration will be bringing forward the change order for the additional 14 days. We do agree, and that will move the substantial completion date to on or about April 14th, 2021. For information, the scoreboard has been working. Daktronics has been working closely with Mr. Noe Peña, Mr. Joel Garcia, and the technology department on testing it, and it seems to be working very well. It's a huge screen. I'm surprised at the size of it, and I think this is something that our community, the district, and the board is going to be very proud of. Mr. Garcia, do you have anything to mention on that project?
It looks fantastic. We tested it out today, so.
Beautiful.
We get to see it tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they will get to see.
Yes. You said the 14 days on the change order. You said that you agreed. Was it AP's fault or we had to, because we had to wait on AP, or what was the thing there?
It was,
Our electricians were doing the work, but yet there was a change order here on the electronic.
yes, the maintenance department, electrical department did the underground service, however, and then we have to submit an application permit to AEP, and then they have to schedule it. And then there was a miscommunication between our department and their department on when they could go out there, and thus there was a delay on that. So it was not Daktronics' fault. It was just between the provider, the service provider, and the district, because it does take time for them to come connected. So it was not Daktronics.
Only school.
So what is still pending?
It's just the final testing at this time.
For the scoreboard, it's just, if you don't mind, it's just the testing and then the training for the staff. There's still a separate project that's goes along with the scoreboard, that's in progress, and that's a sound system. So that's not ready yet. That's in progress.
The next agenda item we have is the Tom Lander Stadium repairs project. We have a status report. This morning, 2 representatives from Sturdy Steel were at the stadium, and also 2 representatives from Hochemont General Contracting, the general contractor, and Mr. Michael Montalvo, the owner, was there present. I'm sorry. I was there with them for about a half an hour, and they were going to inspect the stadium. They have all the reports that were given to us by Rick and Hinojosa Structural Engineering. They have in their possession the reports from Terracon, the geotech company, and they have in their possession the reports from Millennium Engineering on the X-rays that they did on the piers. So all the information and reports they did have at hand, and they were conducting their inspection as they're allowed to do, as Mr. Hansen told us on that. Monday?
So he responded.
They did respond in there. However, we're still going through with possible repairs. At this time, we should have Mr. Rick and Hinojosa available, so he could give you a status report on the entire project.
It's Albert Trevino.
Albert Trevino's.
He's the one.
Okay. Mr. Trevino, can you hear us?
No. Can you hear me, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Would you like to do your presentation, please?
Yes, sir.
May proceed.
Can you see the screen?
No.
No.
Oh.
Share.
Yeah, starting. We can see it.
There's the screen.
All right. I mean, this is a report on the status of what is going on through the bidding process. To right now that we know of contractors calling us directly to go look at the stadium have been 4 contractors, but we personally do not know how many people have downloaded the files from the school's website. We have no way of controlling that. So right now we have 4. 2 of them reached out to us this morning via email asking us if we could extend the bid date. They would like to see if we could extend the bid date because they did not participated in the pre-bid we had last week. And they also needed more time for the subs to put a more accurate price. We, also engineering, would recommend for the bid date to be extended to have more interested parties, come and ask questions, since one of the bigger projects in the valley, which was San Benito schools, a lot of the subs were bidding that one last week, so they probably didn't have time to join the pre-bid conference. So they're probably just jumping on it this week. What we recommend to the board and to the Mission CISD is if the bid is extended, there will be two conditions. One is if we do have a bid extension with a pre-bid and a walkthrough follow-up, we recommend for 2 weeks to be extended. But if only the bid time will be expended with no pre-bid nor walkthrough, we would recommend for 1 week only. But that will be up to the board. But like I mentioned, that's if you would like to extend the bid for these contractors. But like I mentioned, they will give more interest in other contractors to give us a call on any questions that they have, regarding the documents or the bidding procedures. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Rivera.
Bid opening is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow. As of this afternoon, no one had submitted a package yet.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, who has submitted?
Yes, as of this afternoon, no one. And last week when we had a pre-bid conference, nobody attended the pre-bid conference either. And we asked Hinojosa Structural Engineering if there was an issue with some of the documents. As he mentioned, when we had the pre-bid, there was also a bid due for San Benito School District, a multi-million-dollar bid at 4:00. And he believes, and I agree, that most contractors were working on that, getting that bid together, because they work on the bids to the very last minute to submit. And they were probably concentrating on that multi-million-dollar bid for San Benito and not really working on ours. Once again, ours are due tomorrow at 2.
We could extend it.
We could extend it for another 2 weeks, possibly have more interest. And if there is better pricing, of course, this is an extremely important project that we need to get done, right. And in the best interest of the district for also. If we do extend it for 2 weeks, the competitive seal proposals will be due on Thursday, April 22nd. We could have special board meetings or present it, the best and final offers on the May 5th workshop also. So really we'd be delaying it just a few weeks. And we believe it's in the best interest of the district because again, right now we don't have any.
And seeing that there's no bids right now, well, we have really no choice, so we have to extend it, and that way we can get, the best possible, like you said, because it's gotta be fixed and it's gotta be fixed right.
Correct. And even though we don't have any today, we still have to 2:00 tomorrow, but again.
You'll have a bigger pool probably if you wait the 2 weeks.
Just wait. I believe there'll be more interest. Hopefully there'll be more interest. Yes.
So would that be something we would have to vote on or next week, or we can just extend it, or how does that work?
Do we have to wait till next week?
I don't.
Mr. Rivera, no, we need to make a decision tonight so the addenda can go out tomorrow morning. So people won't submit their bids.
Yeah, I think we should extend it to 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's an administrative decision because no vote is required. But if that's the recommendation and that's in the best interest of the district, so what do you recommend, Mr. Rivera?
Yes, that we do allow for a 2-week extension. That way, Hinojosa Structural Engineering can do an addendum to notify all contractors.
All right, then we would remove it from the agenda.
Yes, ma'am, we will remove it. So.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Mr. Trevino, as you just heard, please do the addendum first thing tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next agenda item we have is administration's ranking and enter into negotiations in the order of ranking for the Mims Elementary Marquee Project. Advertisements in the local newspapers were posted on March 31st, 2021 and April 7th, 2021. Proposals will be open April 12th, 2021 at 2 p.m. CSPs again will be submitted on April 12th and will be reviewed and ranked by the administration committee. The administrative review will be presented at the regular Board of Trustees meeting on Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. And we will be presenting this at the board meeting. And this is again a marquee for MIMS Elementary, which part of it is from general fund and part of it is from their student activity funds. Next agenda item we have is the Mission CISD Roosevelt project. We have an assessment report from, again, Rick and Hossa Structural Engineering. Mr. Trevino, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Can you please provide the board of trustees and Dr. Perez your virtual structural condition assessment of the Mission Roosevelt Auditorium, please?
Yes. Just want to ask again, I am sharing my screen, correct?
No, no.
Not open.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Am I sharing it?
Not yet.
Do you have that share button at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, sir. Right, I just got it.
Great.
Yes. On November 6, 2020, we completed our assessment for the Roosevelt Auditorium. And we submitted the report. In an executive summary, you know, this building has a roof that has collapsed. It has masonry walls, exterior masonry walls that are, some are bowing out. And the main thing is that since the roof has collapsed, the structural integrity was affected, and it really doesn't consist of any structural integrity for the roof portion, what we call a diaphragm. Also, the flooring, which is the majority is made out of wood, has decayed, and some of them have collapsed to the ground or into the basement at the stage area. A lot of water has intruded, and a lot of the equipment that's inside that building has either corroded, got damaged, and stuff like that. There's minor settlement on that building, and aside from that, forgot to mention to you, this is a historical place registered in the state and in the National Registry, which we also contacted the Historical Commission, and they would like to see, you know, for it to see if the school district could remodel it. But our recommendation is first is to brace this facility so it won't collapse anymore due to rain, wind, you know, any events, nature events. And also to hold it up in case it does fail and someone around there could not get hurt. We also provided some budget to see if we wanted to rehabilitate it or we want to demolish it. And as you can see in the executive summary towards the end, we have that to fix it, there's around $1.5 million. But as I mentioned, this is a historical building, and the Historic Commission would like to talk to Mission CISD personnel first before you demolish it, to see how they could help out in grants to try to save this building. But they also understand that sometimes the funding is not there, and you could demolish it, so they would just need to provide the proper steps of how to demolish it. But that will have to be done with a Mission CISD personnel.
In reality, sir, it can, really cannot really be fixed, right? I mean, unless we spend the $1.2 million.
Correct. Our estimate is $1.5 million, and that to fix the structure and the amenities inside, but no equipment is included here.
Because if you're looking, you know, if the historical, whatever is looking at, on grants, well, by the time those grants arrive, we have bad weather, they'll probably collapse and there's nothing really that can be done because
We
of.
looked at some grants, but a lot of the grants are very small grants.
Exactly, they should have moved faster.
And very small. Now, we did ask legal counsel to look into the historical commission, and they already have some answers for us. That won't be a problem. If we do choose to demolish because of safety hazards, another thing is that if we get grants, the grants are to develop like a community center as well. You know, it's to be utilized by the district, but it needs to also be utilized by the community. One of the things is that we don't even have parking space for our employees. They park on the street. So that would be a hazard. And I don't think the city ordinance would allow us to have events, to have community, you know, come in, because we won't have parking in that area. Also, usage. We do know that the Roosevelt School, you know, the facility is deteriorating. We have very few students there. Options, on the other hand, they're in portables. So what we really need is a parking lot in that area. So we did look into grants. They were very minimal, very small grants. They're supposed to be matching grants, but it is to develop a community center that would be utilized by the community.
What answers did the commission have?
The answers with the commission is that if the district does not have use for the building, then we may demolish it. And legal counsel would prepare the paperwork. However, Mr. Hansen can provide that information next week to the board.
We would like to include at next week's agenda is the consideration and possible action regarding the Roosevelt Auditorium. And Dr. Perez mentioned, Mr. Hansen has some recommendations because he has looked into it. So we would ask to place this on the agenda for next week.
Yeah, I think that we just need to look at, you know, getting rid of it, because in reality, we don't have any use for it and it's just a danger, and we don't have the money to really fix it, and the city's not gonna be involved in it to help us with it, you know, and it's a hazard right now. And we need it for a parking lot. Let's be wise and use it for what we need it.
Is just having a historical marker there?
Something can be put there.
No, and in some instances, I've seen where they'll keep a facade or part of pillars or something, you know, as a memorial and so forth, or you know, parts of like the facade, the front.
Yes.
Correct.
So
let me look into that recommendation for next week.
Till next week.
So, Ms. Hanson, bring.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Trevino.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next agenda item we have is another assessor report by PBK Architects. This is for the warehouse, transportation, and maintenance building. And we've had contracted with PBK Architects to do a roof assessment on these buildings because they're so old and they've been leaking for so long, and we've never paid any attention to these buildings. Do we have someone from PDK Architects?
Yes, Mr. Rivera.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Rivera, Dr. Perez, Board of Trustees, Madam Board President. I'm David Iglesias with PBK Architects. And we are here this evening to present on the building assessment report for the warehouse, transportation, and maintenance buildings. We performed a roofing and building envelope assessment. We documented the current condition, identified some areas of concern, and we also provided some probable costs for replacement. Joining me this evening, I have Mr. Todd Scripture and Andre D'Amatos with our BEAM team to provide some additional insight as to the findings. Todd, are you available?
Thanks, David. Yes, I am.
No, he's trying.
Okay, do y'all see a report on the screen?
Yes.
sir.
Okay. As David said, we were asked to do an assessment for 7 buildings on the mission CISD transportation maintenance departments. We do have just some general information. We reviewed all the buildings in last September 2020. We did our assessments walking around the building, roof and ground areas. The observations we looked at, as well as roofs, we looked at walls, which consisted of masonry, some corrugated metal panels. We looked at window and door assemblies. And this is just findings of the report. The item number 6 there, it's the maintenance building, the maintenance office building number 1. You'll see it on a site plan. Was a masonry building. It was load-bearing CMU construction. There was no insulation or cladding on that building. The building had flat roofs with a asphalt coating over a plywood deck. The building number 2 is a pre-engineered metal building with metal wall panels and metal roof panels. Building number 3 was a wood frame construction with corrugated wall panels. There was no insulation on that building as well. Building number 4 was a masonry load-bearing construction again with no insulation or cladding on the outside. Building number 5, same as number 4, masonry building without insulation or cladding. Building number 6 in our assessment was a pre-engineered metal building with metal panels, wall and roof. And that's the warehouse building, the transportation warehouse. And then the transportation office building number 7 is the front building. That's a masonry building with a stucco finish. I'm not sure. We did not do any destructive testing. There may or may not be insulation in those walls. We did determine that all of the existing modified bitumen systems, asphalt roof systems, and metal roof panels are assumed to be 20 years or older. This is a site map of the 2 sites that we looked at for transportation and maintenance. And the buildings are numbered there. Our determination was the metal roof areas, buildings 2, 3, and 6 were in poor condition, and building 5 was in fair condition, with the caveat that there is some plywood deck there that appears to be it looks like it's been leaking in the past, so it could be compromised. So we don't really know until we would do a little bit more investigation on that, destructive investigation. The modified bitumen and asphalt roof areas were buildings 1, 4, and 7. Each of those were graded at poor. Building 7 is fair to poor, but there are 2 known leaks in building 7, and that could have some detriment to the structure, the structural roof deck. We just going down the list here, we did not know of any manufacturer of the modified system or the metal systems. The low sloped areas are 1/4 inch per foot, and they are generally one directional, and they roof drainage is gutters and downspouts. There is moisture that is present in multiple locations throughout the buildings. There's visible leaks on the bottom in the ceiling space, so you can see it from the inside. The modified systems are degrading. They've reached well past their life expectancy. They are alligating and starting to separate in the granule layer, and that will allow more water to come down inside the asphalt systems and further degrade. There was a maintenance coating. There have been some repairs done in the past to extend the life, but the repairs are at the end of their lifespan as well. The recommendations are that we do replace the existing modified and metal roof areas. They are at the end of their service life, and they do need the replacement. Doing a full replacement will allow us to bring the roofs up to code, and we could do 20-year or 30-year warranties depending on a roof system, and we would raise rooftop units, bring all of our equipment and everything up to manufacturer standards, and allow the warranties to take place. We would remove and replace all metal flashings, gutters, downspouts, all of that as part of a scope of work. We did come up with an estimated construction cost. So there's a per building cost here for modified systems, and a per building cost of metal roof systems, and all totaling a little over $1 million for total replacement. That's for the roof systems. Was there any questions on that?
You said metal buildings, or what did you say?
There's a mixture of pre-engineered metal buildings and masonry buildings, concrete block building. So there's a mixture.
Just keep what we have but add more probably of the metal building, or
Just the roof.
just the roof.
Just the roof.
Not the building itself.
No, but just the roof.
The roof for all of the 7 buildings.
But that would be all of them, right? All 7?
All 7 buildings?
Yes. This is just an assessment that we had done, so we can bring forward just to keep the board up to date on other facilities other than campuses that leak. We've always placed these buildings to a side, of course, because we need to concentrate on the school buildings for the students. But this is a report that was requested just so the board can have an idea of what it is.
It's long overdue. Those buildings have been,
And
the fixing, and just, I mean, like you were saying, it's just patchwork what you've done just to keep them going.
yes, and again, there are different options. If we do build in the future, we're considering building a new bus barn in the acres that we just purchased, the orchard acres. So there is different options to consider on this. As per the records that we have at maintenance, the district moved into these buildings on or about 1974. But if those of us that are from Mission, we know those buildings have been there way, way before 1974. On a personal note, in 75, 76, 76, 77, the vocational classes from Mission High School were in the maintenance buildings. We had electrical trades, plumbing, masonry, and carpentry, because I was in those buildings.
Okay, so do we need the buildings, or are we going to be moving the transportation over there? I mean, do they need fixing? Do we keep them, or we, destroy them, or what is it that?
That's something that will need to be discussed.
That's, as we start working on budget,
Uh-huh.
so the considerations that we need.
Eventually, we're gonna need something,
Yes.
either new or fixed.
Now, we know that especially, well, the warehouse right next to transportation, that one can wait because we're not gonna use it. Now, we wanted to use it, to have the mechanics use it meanwhile.
Correct.
But that's what we need to look at budgeting. Also, we need to wait to see where the ESSER funding is gonna come through and all of that. So we know what kinds of things we're able to purchase with ESSER funding that we may be able to utilize our local funding with some of these projects, or the bus barn. Once we do have a centralized location for the bus barn, it would probably, we could start looking at a metal building and then, the parking and all of that, and we can face it in for our bus barn. We don't have to build the whole thing and get into debt, but we can face it in. So those are the kinds of things that we will be looking at in terms of, supplemental budget but a lot of it will depend is, are we getting those stimulus dollars? Because what we're hearing is that, you saw the first stimulus was supplanted by TEA. They gave us the 6 million from federal funds, but they took away the 6 million. We're supposed to get over 20 million for the second stimulus. We haven't heard anything. Now, the congressman came, Henry Cuellar, and provided that check where it would be like over 70 million. However, he did say he talked to the commissioner because 90% should be coming to us and TEA should keep 10%. What we hear is that TEA has their attorneys looking at what loopholes they can look at to be able to keep more of the funding from the second and third stimulus. So right now, there's a lot of lobbying and a lot of those that are pro-education and organizations that we belong to that are lobbying with our legislators. Now, again, once the Fed sent the stimulus monies to our state, they have 90 days to disperse them, but they haven't received them yet.
Have gone.
But we still need to keep in mind what the needs of the district are.
One thing that prompted this assessment, of course, is that we had our warehouse that leaked and all our supplies were there. But since then, of course, we've purchased the annex and we're moving the warehouse to the annex. And as Dr. Perez said, the old warehouse, when we do move, that will become the mechanic shop for transportation.
And it may be temporary.
And it
so
may be temporary, exactly.
we may not need to replace the roof.
Exactly.
We have to think, all scenarios, how can we save to be able to construct? And again, looking at, safe and least expensive option, because right now, because of the pandemic, all type of building materials have tripled or quadrupled in price.
What was approved by the board last year was the supplemental budgets, and part of that was a urethane spray coating in that warehouse on the ceilings and on the walls. So that will help for quite a while on the leaks.
Yes.
And without going to excessive expenses on replacing the entire. So there is some help coming to that roof.
Yes.
Thank you, PPK Architects.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next agenda item we have is the Lee Fieldhouse status report. As we know, the Lee Fieldhouse roof was ripped off during Hurricane Hannah, and that caused extensive damage both inside and outside. On or about March 3rd, 2020, Robert Kistner conducted a roof assessment. That's because Hurricane Hannah ripped off the roof, collapsing all ceilings and causing extensive water damage to furnishings and equipment. On or about August 8th, 2020, Cotton Restoration did a complete restoration of cleaning all the debris inside for a cost of $44,000. On or about October 20th, 2020, Cotton installed a temporary roof covering to protect and envelope the building at a cost of $58,133.57. This temporary roof should last for a while. However, we've already engaged in a contract with Robert Kistner to do a complete roof design for that, and the construction documents are due May 5th. And temporary cost for a new roof is approximately $286,000. It's 14,300 square feet at approximately $20 a square foot of what roofing is going right now, $19 to $20 a square foot. So we're looking at possible 286, 300,000 for a roof. Maintenance has replaced and installed new ceilings and lighting inside the building. The building needs repainting inside and out, and that will be scheduled for this summer by our maintenance department. The damaged fire alarm devices are also on schedule to be replaced this summer. On March 3rd, 2021, Coach Daniel Langora and I spoke on several maintenance requests, which were to paint all the floors with non-slip paint, paint outside of the building, install a door from the current office into a weight room, which used to be the previous weight room and now may be a wrestling room. Also, he is converting one of the large rooms into the VMHS locker room, and he's requested that maintenance construct some lockers, wooden lockers where they have a bench and the players can hang some of their clothes and personal items. Maintenance will construct those and have those ready by the first 2 weeks in August. And again, Coach Langori and I spoke on this, and he is in agreement that he could wait till August, these items. Just a brief cost on what a field house would cost. PBK Architects completed a field house renovation in 2018 for Weslaco East High School, which was flooded in 2018. And that field house has multiple sports in it. And that came at a cost of $5.2 million. And that was just a renovation for a field house in 2018. CISD new field houses, which were constructed in 2013 and 14 for Veterans Memorial High School, came at a cost of $2,595,000. And Mission High School came at a cost of $3,442,842. And again, this was in 2013 and 14.
Now, the roof will be covered by insurance, right?
It is placed on the insurance, yes.
Okay, so for us, if all we need is the roof and our staff is going to be taking care of the walls
Yes, ma'am.
and the flooring, so it will not be as high a cost.
That's correct.
Mr. Rivera, we had, weren't there issues with mold, everything like that in that building?
Yes, when Cotton Restoration went in there, that was part of the remediation. They took care of that.
Since it was damaged, and got,
They did that recently after the storm and everything?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, they basically gutted that building and also took out all the equipment that was in there, uniforms, shoulder pads, helmets,
All the flooring, all
all the mats.
the, yes,
That conversation.
Yes,
yes, yes.
they brought in crews from out of the area and there was lots of them there. On the insurance, what it covers, then that would be a question for.
Exactly.
Yes.
It may not be the whole roof, but get some help. But we knew we needed the roof anyway. It was already on its, it needed.
Will it be still a flat roof or?
I have not seen the designs on that. Of course, it would have to.
Our issues with that flat roof, wouldn't that, yeah.
Right, and I'm sure Mr. Michael Hovar is working on this design, and he is a roof expert on that. And I'm sure he'll follow all the proper guidelines on the slopes for that. And the new field house also was damaged during the storm when the roof ripped off Lee Field House and went on there. The roof itself was repaired, patched. There's still some fascia damage that also is going to get repaired, like the gutters in the middle. That is also scheduled to be. Thank you. That concludes facilities.
Thank you very much.
What, I'm sorry, real quick, Mr. Rivera, you mentioned the early August, that it would be ready to go in for move in, because that would start the new.
Oh, yes.
Has to be ready for the new kids coming in.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
The athletics, we met with Mr. Longoria.
Yes.
I mean, the athletics classes, the PE classes, they do all of that.
Yes, yes, I personally spoke to Coach Longoria. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Madam Superintendent. For the support services, we have just a few items. We have 3 recommendations for the selection of new hires that will be brought forth next week. And we'd also like to ask permission to approve to add 1 more that the campus has just informed us that they will be able to have a recommendation for next week. The first one is the coordinator for child nutrition program. And the second one is the special education speech language pathologist. Third one is special education transition specialist. And we'd like permission to add the Mission Junior High counselor position vacancy. The next recommendation that we have is for a new employment position through repurposing of vacancies. As Dr. Bettis has made you aware, we have been repurposing clerical positions at central office, and Mr. Garcia has created a plan regarding the technology department. He had a vacancy in information systems for the secretary for that department. Mr. Garcia and Mr. Gasso are currently sharing a secretary. So that vacancy is available, and then he had a recent vacancy for a network specialist, and he's recommending combining the 2 salaries and repurposing it into a information security analyst. And I'd like to pass it over to Mr. Garcia so he can elaborate as to why this is such an important position for our security posture with the district technology.
Good evening. Good evening, President Rogers, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Bettis, and members of the audience. So school systems collect all kinds of data from students, staff, teachers, and all this data is typically hosted either on-site on servers or sometimes it's on the cloud. And so an information security analyst would help us tremendously in the district's ability to be able to monitor be able to conduct and monitor information security assessments. So similar to finance, how they conduct audits, our information security analysts would be able to conduct audits on the information security side, you know, reviewing firewalls, looking at procedures, policies, providing training, preparing plans for incident response. You know, many times in information security, it's not if it happens, it's when it happens. And that position will help us, again, improve our security posture and be better prepared as a district to respond to an incident such as that. And again, the position will also help provide training. So many of you may have received recent training to know before. So that position would go and provide additional training. As you all know, districts near in the area have been attacked with ransomware. That wasn't too long ago in December where one of our districts nearby was affected. And most recently, there were 2 districts where they were getting attacked with DDoS. That's where they try to hit one of the servers on the district site, and it hits it so much to the point where it stops other processes from running. It hampered their internet access. That happened at 2 districts here in the region recently. And so again, having a position like this would help us prevent and mitigate and be able to respond to these type of situations. Does anybody have any questions?
Dr. Garcia, how can you prevent being attacked,
so
to speak, other than having the program or firewalls, whatever in there involved? How could that person be the one to?
Sure. So the biggest threat, and this is known in, when you look into information security, is typically staff. And many times it's not intentional. They'll get an email, they'll open an attachment, they click a link, and that'll start a chain of events. So the way that it's prevented is by providing consistent training and also having policies in place so that, and policies, not just written policies, but policies and systems that prevent some of these type of attacks. For example, a few weeks ago, we received a notification from the Regional Communication Service Center that they were notified from the FBI indicating that there were some hackers that had registered domains that were very similar to Mission CISD. Slight variation, but it looked very close to it, right? So what did we do? Immediately, as soon as we got that notification, our technology director and team went in and they blocked those links. So if anybody tried accessing those links, they wouldn't work from inside the district. So again, we have policies, not just written policies, but policies within some of the different applications and hardware to try to prevent some of that. I think the best way to mitigate and try to prevent it is just to provide training, provide knowledge about these type of incidents. And we do that through communication with principals memos. Again, the know before training that's been assigned as an annual training. And continuously looking at our processes to continue to improve and try to prevent.
This person would become that expert in residence.
Correct. Yes, we need a specialist. A lot of times there was another situation a few weeks ago, and this happened worldwide, where Microsoft Exchange, which we use for email, was being targeted by hackers. And so again, the team did a phenomenal job. As soon as they found out that there was a vulnerability, they acted on it. Several months ago, there was an issue with SolarWinds. It was also worldwide, and we found out about it, we acted on it. But it takes away sometimes time from, it's a group of people as opposed to having a specialist that can really focus all their attention on this subject and creating that expert.
You have to remove some of the staff that are out there at the campuses, working to come and mitigate that.
That is correct, yes.
So, Mr. What's still happened? Did I hear correct? You don't have a secretary right now? Is that what Ms. Garcia said?
We're sharing.
So you've never had a secretary?
We have, there was 2 and now there's 1.
Several departments.
Ms. Garcia and Dr. Roberts share one as well.
Oh, okay. So his secretary was moved or how?
We had a vacancy in the curriculum department for a secretary. As a matter of fact, the curriculum department has closed various secretarial positions and combined, let's say,
various coordinators.
Content coordinators are sharing secretaries, like Dr. Pettis. We both had a vacancy at the same time, so we decided to just fill it with one person and alternate our offices. Mr. Garcia has a secretary. Mr. Jorge Cavazos, his secretary was
Thank you.
reassigned to fill a vacancy. CNI. It was allowed to move with another director within CNI. So now Mr. Cavazos and Mr. Garcia share a secretary.
And if you will recall, the TESPI study had identified that we needed to reduce so many clerk positions or secretarial positions at central office as well.
I don't know that you
And not only at campuses, but also central office.
Yes.
So, but you can only do it through attrition when somebody leaves. So, Dr. Roberts, if you want to add, Like, for example, when someone left in your department and you were able to pair several coordinators, you want to add to that?
We had the Secretary for Language Arts, another just Secretary for Mathematics. And so what we did is we asked, the other two secretaries that were there to take, so our language arts and our social studies, all the coordinators are in the same area, so they share that secretary. And then our math and science, they're all in the same area, they share that secretary.
So we continue, yes. So we continue to follow, but through attrition, and it takes time until somebody leaves, then you're able to make those switches. Because we have been overstaffed.
Yes, we knew that.
Now, are there any other school districts that have this, Mr. Garcia?
And information, yeah, actually, there's a couple. I know PSJ had one because I worked there. We had a security analyst. McAllen has a cybersecurity coordinator. Actually, recently, there was a Senate Bill 820 that was passed by Texas, by TEA, and by the 87th legislative session. And yeah, and they actually required for a district to assign someone the cybersecurity coordinator responsibilities. And so many districts moved to actually hire an information security position within the district.
I think it's very important given the circumstances and what we see daily.
At this day and age, it's critical.
It is. It is.
But that's why, when we bring new positions, and in the past, we had not put it in the agenda. But, and that's what I told the staff, we always explained it to you all, we close these positions and we open this. However, I believe that it's probably critical that anytime we bring a new position, that we put it in there, with the repurposing, because then it gives the impression that, oh, we're cutting here and there, but we keep opening new positions. And no, it's been repurposing. Or it's because of a new grant or a grant position. Okay?
And so we are projecting that this will be a with that will be sufficient to accommodate.
So it would be an in-house.
I'm sorry?
Would it be in-house or?
I don't know. Do we have?
In-house, posting in-house.
Yeah, we feel strongly about some in-house,
Okay.
we have some talent in-house.
Okay, great.
Okay,
I don't know.
thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the next item that I have are two informational items. As Dr. Roberts talked about the Mission Farmers Program, and the CNI department is pursuing some grant funding through the Office of Congressman Henry Cuellar. Over at Support Services, we're also submitting an application for safety and security. And we would like to submit a grant request. The application is due next week on Monday. And the Office of Congressman Cuellar provides a list of different grant programs that you can apply under. And as far as safety and security, they have two that would apply to us. One is the Federal Emergency Management Agency Emergency Operations Center grant. And then also the Department of Justice, the COPS grant for technology and equipment. So we work with Mr. Castañeda, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Rivera, and Ms. Ruiz to come up with a plan as to how best to address this application. So what we are looking at is, since the district has purchased the annex and we recently relocated the communication specialist, if you recall, the district had previously been granted the COPS technology and equipment grant for a radio system that communicates with first responders. And so we took the 2 camera monitors from the high school and repurposed them into a centralized location at central office. We just used some spare offices, repurposed equipment from the high schools, as well as surplus furniture and so forth to accommodate this communication and video surveillance system. So we are proposing in the grant that we pursue both equipping the Emergency Operations Center at the annex, purchasing the technological equipment for that setup so we can actually have a designated EOC. And in addition to that, augmenting Like I said, since everything, the only thing we bought for the dispatch center were 5 chairs for them. Everything else was repurposed.
Like TVs, we bought TVs?
TVs, I don't.
Yes, we bought TVs.
Okay, we bought some TVs. But we repurposed, the surveillance equipment that they were using at the high schools as well. And their computers are very old, all that. So we're putting that in the grant at this point. The other thing we were gonna include is the generator, which is $70,000. In addition to, we're adding, a dispatch console, which is a program for that, which is a software system, as well as the furnishings to equip that. And we are, once you look at that grand total, so far we're at like 1.1 million of needs. I'm just pending one more quote on a radio antenna, because the radio antenna that we have at the CNP building is pretty much past its useful life. So we're gonna see if we can include that as well. And all of this will not only help us right now, but in the future, should we decide to proceed to expand our safety and security offerings, maybe even move down the road to a police department as well. So typically these grants require 25% matching as well. Right now, we do have a tiny little budget for the security part. Of course, the generator is there and the annex, but the total annex budget would amount to the 25% matching. So we're hoping that will help us.
And at this time, the COPS grants and so forth, they don't fund police departments because we're not rural. And so what's helping us with the farmers program is that also, it's in Palmhurst. But the fact that the city of Mission has a full-grown police department, at this time, this year for 2022, they're not funding police departments.
Anybody have any?
Thank you.
Who's not funding?
Oh, the federal government. Okay, in past years, COPS grants would fund, that's how like McAllen got it. But now they have become very strict. And right now, all they're allowing us is to buy equipment to possibly, augment what we have for emergency preparedness. Now, if we were a rural district, then they would be able to offer us more grants. But at this time, what we're doing is building for our emergency preparedness. Because we do have the city that provides, protection. So that's how they look at it at this point. But like Ms. Garcia says, we're building the infrastructure.
Yes. Yeah, that has to happen. Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
The last item is the personnel employment resignation and compensation changes. That concludes my part.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Finance will be Ms. Humalda.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, members in the audience. Last section on the workshop for tonight is for finance. Item number 1, presentation to the board. Item A, self-funded group plan update review by Carlisle Insurance. We have our insurance consultant, Mr. Gingrich, to give you an update on that. And I will be passing out the handouts.
Yeah. And I click right.
There's, did they come to see you?
You just gonna scroll down?
Did they?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come on.
I got a pencil.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Perez. As mentioned, we are here to give a quick review of the 2020 health insurance fund, and then a quick update as we head into the summer months and the renewal months of 2020 and what we're seeing with the health plan. So with that, we will dive into page 2 to give you a quick snapshot of what we saw in 2020, I know there have been several presentations in the December and January, but now with a couple of months and the lag that we've completed from 2020, we do have a little more information that we're able to present to really compare 2020 to the prior years. Needless to say, 2020 was a unique year for all of us. So what we have found, what occurred in 2020 is that we actually did have a decrease in utilization for the health plan. So from a financial perspective, this was a positive. We saw about a negative 14.3% decrease in the overall medical spend. That does include medical and pharmacy. And overall, about negative 17% decrease to the benchmark within the area in the state of Texas and of similar districts. So we are taking this as a positive. A lot of this is obviously contributed to COVID-19 simply because a good portion of 2020 elective surgeries and a lot of just general medical utilization was prohibited to either virtual only or completely suspended. So it is within the industry trend that we are seeing this, but we did see a decrease in the past year. This is an executive summary for your review. It is going to show some overview of, again, what we saw in 2020 compared to prior years. And then we are going to see what we were paying per member per month, which was $210.53. A couple highlight points just to point out real quickly. Infectious disease, obviously from COVID-19, we did see a 50% increase in that claim volume. That does include both testing and the treatment. And we will quickly touch on the financial impact COVID-19 has had on the plan now that, again, we have a full years of claim data within 2020. The next slide, we do want to touch on a little bit of a year-over-year comparison of what the plan has been experiencing from a paid per member per month, breaking it down to composite form. As mentioned, we did see a decrease last year. The way this graph will read, reading left to right, as we see our plan year October 2019 and September, 2018 and September 2019. From there, going to the right, we see October 2019 to plan year September 20. We did see a negative 16% decrease. The reason we're looking at negative 16% as opposed to negative 14% on the prior slide was simply due to our fixed costs, which is attributed to your administration fees with Blue Cross Blue Shield and your stop loss premium with the standalone care. So we saw a decrease in that after some successful RFP efforts in the summer months of 2019. So overall, it led to a negative 16% decrease. When working with administration, one of our goals tonight, though, that we did want to address an increase in claims that we are seeing in the plan years of 2020 going now into 2021. Again, majority of this is contributed to the pandemic and COVID-19 as the state begins to reopen, as businesses begin to reopen, the vaccine becomes available. We are seeing an increase across the board, not only specifically to Mission CISD, but the industry as a whole, that there is an increased volume in claims. So we experienced a decrease in 2020. We are closely monitoring this, and it is real time as a lot has happened even in the month of February and March, and now as we transition into April, that there is an uptick into the claim volume that we're seeing. It is par, it's what's to be expected just given how shut down the community was in 2020 as it begins to reopen into this year. It is in par with what we're seeing across the board. So we did want to address this as it is happening in real time. We are working with every vendor involved. This includes the medical administrator with Blue Cross Blue Shield, your independent stop loss insurance company, administration, finance, as we get more data to project what could be a possible increase or need to be increased for the claim volume. We're going to, here in a couple of slides, we'll look at some of the recommendations that have occurred over really the past 2 years and have been approved and implemented by the board that has reduced some pretty significant savings back to the district. We're going to re-explore these opportunities just so everyone is fully aware of every opportunity there is from a cost-saving perspective, and then, of course, the funding perspective, whether that comes from the district side or the additional funds to account for the claim volume. Again, just to reiterate, that, the health insurance is a self-insured plan, so when we're seeing a claims volume, we're seeing an increase in cost, it's purely a reflection of plan utilization and employees and dependents using the health insurance. So it is something that it can be planned for, can be calculated, but the fluctuation that we're going to see is, again, purely due to claim volume. Down there at the left-hand corner, we did want to show just some of the demographics. There is some slight decrease in enrollment that we're experiencing, not too significant. We don't believe has played too large of an impact in the overall utilization of the plan. On the right-hand bottom side, we do see broken out by category. As we remember in the early months of 2020 and into the summer months, a lot of the inpatient utilization, so your hospital utilization, was strictly reserved for emergencies and COVID-related type treatment. The outpatient side of things, we did see a little uptick there in this past year, and that was contributed to a number of different factors, but a lot of it, again, unfortunately, was due to COVID-19. If there's no questions on that side, we can transition to the next one. We did want to quickly show the aggregate of the overall impact that COVID has had on Mission CISD in the year 2020. Just for all of us, it obviously has been a very impactful event for the district from a financial perspective. We have incurred close to $500,000 in COVID claims, which does include both testing and treatment. This is relatively close to the benchmark. You'll see there within the benchmark is about 4.2%. For Mission CISD, it has been 7.1. So it has been a little higher than the benchmark, but not too far off from the national prevalence, which is there on the very right-hand side of 6.1%. So as we're all aware, COVID-19 is unpredictable. It's unpreventable. And I know administration, the district has done some great measures to prevent it, but it is nonetheless a relevant factor and has been a relevant factor from a financial perspective. But again, this is just a very high aggregate executive summary for your review of what how COVID has impacted the health insurance in the year 2020. If there's no questions from there, I will quickly show just some of the top diagnoses that we saw in 2020. I know we have reviewed this several times, so if anything, this is for reference. Neoplasm being cancer has continued to be one of the leading expenses for the district. Again, this is pretty common within the industry that we are seeing. But for reference, this is the top leading diagnosis that the district has experienced from members utilizing the health insurance. To retouch on it, infectious disease, again, we're looking at about a 50% increase in 2020. This was, again, largely contributed to COVID-19. We did see a large increase in pregnancies, or a larger increase in pregnancy of about 20%, so there was an uptick in that as well. So, a lot, just like COVID, these are just factors to the health plan that are ultimately not necessarily preventable, but nonetheless something that we're looking at and monitoring as we transition into the finalizing the budget and the funding. These are all the different components that we're taking into account when it comes to our recommendation. From there, the next page, we did want to quickly touch on some of the cost management mechanisms that have been recommended by administration and implemented by the board that have actually translated to some pretty significant savings back to the district. So we are encouraged and excited to report this tonight. And as we transition into the budget, finalizing the budget in the next month, these are the type of programs that we're going to again review for consideration. As we'll see here shortly, the savings it has led back to the district. So through your administrator, Blue Cross Blue Shield, they have a wellness program or a healthcare management program called Wellbeing Management. And what this program does is it allows your employees and their dependents, the plan members in general, utilize the plan effectively and efficiently to help both them save money, utilize the correct care, and ultimately save the district money when it comes back to the plan. So from an executive summary on the top left-hand corner there, you'll see that the district, through Blue Cross's case management and well-being management programs, have saved the district close to $250,000. The graph, for illustrative purposes, will illustrate some of these different programs they've implemented. A lot of this is utilization management, both inpatient and outpatient utilization management, educating members, again, on the correct treatments and the correct facilities at the correct time for the various utilizations when they do utilize the plan. So collectively, it has translated to about $250,000 savings back to the district. So that is expenses that we would have incurred, but we did not due to these programs. From there, the next slide, we did want to really touch on what a pharmacy program that was implemented by the board in 2020 or last year, the plan year, was a change to both the drug list or the formulary and the pharmacy network through Prime, which is the pharmacy program owned by Blue Cross Blue Shield. At the time, presentation and calculations, we were predicting more of a $400,000 or $500,000 in savings. Again, tonight we are encouraged and excited to report that it has been in upwards of $638,000. So it has been some significant savings that the district has experienced by implementing these controlled programs for the pharmacy. Most of this is largely contributed to the drug list. It did change with this new formulary, but simply tried to focus employees on using high clinical value medications. They're driving the deepest discounts that we're experiencing with Prime, and again, excluding the drugs with low clinical value and higher costs back to the district. We did see some savings of $167,000 to the network. This focused on, again, using the pharmacies within Prime's network that have the deeper discounts and encouraging members to utilize these facilities. Utilization management quantity limits, we saw about $263,000 in savings. This was just ensuring that the right limits and day supplies were being prescribed to the employees, and the right medications by utilization management were also being prescribed. Collectively, again, just to recap on it, it was about $638,000 in savings back to the district. In addition to that, to close in the bottom, there was $802,000 in rebate value. This is evaluated on an annual basis. It was heavily evaluated last year with a full RFP, but we're again excited to report that close to or upwards of $800,000 were in savings back to the district and rebate credits. And again, just to recap, these are rebate values that are filled with any time a brand name medication is filled. So from a financial perspective, this is a positive on the balance sheet. So again, savings back to the district. So between all those different savings, although we are seeing an increase in claims, it is happening real time just within the last month of February and October. We're slowly gathering more data that is going to give us more of an idea as far as forecasting from a budget perspective. But there was some significant programs implemented last year that provided some savings, just as the industry is, as the benchmark within the industry, we are seeing claims on the uptick as the state of Texas and really the nation begins to reopen. We're just seeing a increased utilization of the health plan. So from there, I'd open up to any questions or concerns on the plan this year and any questions on the presentation.
Zach, the question that I have, this is Roy. Quick question. From what was spent on claims in 2020, how much of that was catastrophic or hit stop loss? Which is, and I think our stop loss is what Mrs. Cruz said, 250,000?
Yes, specific stop loss is 250, correct.
Did we have a significant number of claims? I'm thinking like the cancer claims, the cancer patients.
So right now we're 5 months into the plan. So our plan is effective October the 1st. So we have 6 claims that are high. 2 of them have exceeded, and it's not here. We don't present it because of HIPAA, but I do have the report. We have two claims that have hit over 250,000. And then we.
2021?
Yes. And one of our employees, one of them that we had, it was 295,000. She has passed away, but we had to foot the first 250,000. And then we have another one that is at 290,000. She's still with us, and we had to foot 250,000 for that. And then we had 4 other employees. One is at 133,000, the other one's at 126,000, and then 176,000 and 164,000, rounding them off. But overall, the plan has paid $1.1 million in 5 months.
And I mention this and bring this up because this is important, because this is where a lot of the claims money is spent.
Correct.
And a lot of people don't know that. And just so that my colleagues and I know,
Yes.
have a better understanding. And how long does it take for the district to get reimbursed the difference? Because I know that the stop loss is at 250,000. Anything over the district's reimbursed, whatever amount.
So I don't know, Zach, if you want to just explain, we did a different strategy this past year with the accommodation for rebates. Can you explain that real quick?
Correct. Yes, sir. So the stop loss insurance is actually carved out with a independent company, not being Blue Cross Blue Shield. And the reasoning behind that was due to the RFP results that received last year. The actual premium, so there is a premium, a fixed cost expense the district pays on a monthly basis, was so substantially lower for a carved out stop loss arrangement that it from a financial perspective, the district was going to save much more money by carving out the stop loss. Now, from a reimbursement time frame and even a cash flow basis, it's a combination of the two parties working together. The longest part and delay that we see is always where we're right now at a typical beginning of a plan year, because the reports that need to be filed and the stop loss carrier auditing the reports from the administrator is the longest delay. As soon as it is processed and the reports are up to par with what the stop loss carrier is asking for, reimbursement is pretty consistent thereafter. So to Mrs. Cruz's point, there was a couple different components to that. We're only in, which I guess it would be 6 months into the plan year, but really 5 months as far as claim data goes. And so there has been some already large claims that are at this point going to start getting reimbursed. So we're expecting reimbursement back to the district at this point to increase more timely, just because they have reached their $250,000 specific. Reports have been filed and approved, and so we are going to expect to see the reimbursement a lot quicker now. And now that they're at their limit, it's going to be more consistent. To Mrs. Cruz's other point, there is a monthly accommodation that was implemented a couple of years ago. That just recently, because it takes there is a delay and lag in the time of claim processing, adjudicating, and paying, has came full circle to really in the month of April. And that's back to my point that this is happening in real time. As we had a conversation with the stop loss carrier this morning, that we're going to see some more stabilization to the reimbursement from the stop loss insurance, just because we are, again, just as we reviewed, seeing a higher claim volume this year.
So we've received, Mr. Vela, 36,000 already. We've received that money to the district, so that's been deposited. So we're currently working with SA Benefits, and we're submitting all the claim data to them and our policies as well. And they're asking for specific information for each
case.
So we're in that process. So we'll be monitoring that very closely, sir.
No problem. Thank you.
And I think another point just to mention, as far as education, I think that's a great point. Within the last plan year, there was about $474,000 worth of stop loss reimbursement back to the district, and the district. So that was close to $500,000 in last plan year. So not Mrs. Cruz is referring to 2021. Last plan year, we did see close to $500,000 in stop loss reimbursement. So I do know that the large claimants for the past year were 20% of the total spend. So 20% of the total spend that the district was incurring was from a limited number of members. So it is how the industry has trended. And so again, the benchmark is actually 32%, so the district is under the benchmark. And that is something that we've been monitoring. And again, with much more information to come, the district has successfully been under the benchmark, but within the industry itself, it is falling within line of what's in trend with the industry. So we're not seeing anything too abnormal, unfortunately. It is just aligning with the current times of the pandemic and COVID-19 and the industry trending as a whole. So just to make that note that the district is receiving some pretty substantial reimbursements from the stop loss insurance.
Yes, sir, and I can provide the other information for prior year. I don't have it here with me. I thought I brought it, but I can provide that as well.
Just so my colleagues and I know.
Yes.
Because this is additional money that can go back, and it goes back into the insurance fund, right?
Yes, sir. We do put it back to that self-insurance fund.
Thank you.
Any other questions, so we can go to the next presentation?
Go ahead.
Item B on the agenda is Hurricane Hannah claim update. We have Lance Grigor presenting an update to the board.
Correction, that's going to be Tate Carlisle, Vice President of Carlisle Insurance.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. I appreciate the opportunity. I'll try to be brief. I know it's late. Just wanted to show you this right here is a recap and a summary of the payment as we sit today on the Hurricane Hannah claim.
So I lost all of that.
These numbers again, it was approximately $585,000 worth of damage identified at the locations across the district. As a recap, the named storm minimum deductible of $100,000 is being applied with depreciation withheld of roughly $110,000. There was a previous payment of $100,000 to get us to a subtotal of $310,000. The net payment that we will receive is roughly $385,000, and that will come after we do receive the recoverable depreciation. The next slide will show you a snapshot of how we get to those numbers. So these are again, as we all recall, the adjuster went out and reviewed every single campus location that is on your property schedule within the district. These are the buildings that were identified that sustained hurricane damage that were in excess of the specific deductible for the building. I know this just to briefly touch on it in the PBK presentation earlier. I think it was the discussion on the Mission High old field house. So as stated in the presentation earlier, there was $340,000 worth of damage caused to that roof that was noted by the adjuster. And this is the top line item that I'm referencing here on this slide. The $102,000 was what the presenter earlier referenced, where Cotton came in and did the remediation. That included some mold remediation as well. So the total damage there was $441,000 on that specific location. There is being withheld depreciation of $85,000. That will again be recovered by the district once the roof is repaired, if that's the decision that the board elects to make on that location. Again, there's all these locations here at the bottom are the totals that match the slide that we previously discussed in the slide prior to this. The next approximately.
I'm gonna say, just about to interrupt real quickly. So for the board, because when we were talking to Mr. Rivera on the first line item, just so the board knows, we have received the reimbursement already. The first check we received, and it's already deposited to the account. It's $100,000, and then we had an additional check for 200.
285?
Yes, the 285.
35?
So on the first line item, and then I apologize because we blow it up on your presentation, but if you look at the first line item, the total damage for the old field house was $441,645.58. The depreciation is $84,878, and we did recover part, the $356,000. Once Mr. Rivera, when the completion of projects are done, and I get with Mr. Rivera, we will be able to recoup the depreciation. So we'll get that money back. And we'll be working with the maintenance department very closely to get that money back. In addition with the other projects as well.
Great, thank you for pointing that out. The following 7 slides, we can briefly just scan through those real quick, if you don't mind. This is a full-blown report and notes on every single location that was analyzed throughout the district. So what I'd like to point out here is you're going to notice some of these will show that there was actually a net payment paid on the location. There's also a column that says total insured values. That's the third column over. It says TIV. That's total insured values. That's what each building is listed on the property schedule for. The way that deductible works is the next column over. It's 1% of the total insured values at each location. So for instance, on the slide we're looking at right now, if we go down about halfway down the page and we look at, I'm sorry, I probably pronounced this wrong, but Herla Metcalf Elementary School. We see that it's on the property schedule for $12.4 million. Percent deductible, oh, just changed, is approximately $124,000. If we can just leave it on this slide real quick, I'll use the Mims Elementary then since the slide changed. So $9.6 million, 1% deductible would be a $96,000 deductible. When the adjuster and the maintenance team went out and reviewed the damage that specific location, you'll see in the notes here's what was, the roundabout, what was found at that location. There was approximately 20 ceiling tiles that were found to have water damage, some tree limbs, etc. So nothing was written up in a damage estimate on that location because it was considered not in excess of the deductible of $96,000. A ceiling tile is approximately $2.50, $3 to $4. So 20 of those obviously is not going to add up to a $96,000 deductible to have a net payment to the district. So again, the ones that have notes on the side that don't show a payment, the reason being is because it did not necessarily exceed the deductible for that location. Therefore, there was no estimate written up and there was no payment to the district on those. We can through these slides real quick. I mean, it's real intricate. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of these locations if the board has any questions. But bring us to our last slide here. Moving forward, how do we conclude this process? So from the district's point of view, it's just a continued assessment of damage. We've spoken with Ms. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's team to help identify any additional damage that may have been missed in the initial assessment of the property. Please let us know so that we can get the adjuster back out there to review those properties and make sure that if we did miss something, we want to come out and make sure that it's written up in the estimates. And then from the district standpoint as well, engagement of contractors and staff to repair the damaged facilities so that we can collect on that recoverable depreciation. Because just as a reminder, the policy pays us the actual cash value of the building until you actually repair or replace the property damage. Then it will make you whole, giving you the recoverable depreciation to give you the replacement cost that is built in the policy. From Engel Martin and Lance Gregor's team, it's continue monitoring the progress with the district to make sure that the claim continues to move, the repairs are being made so that he can request that recoverable depreciation payment from the carriers and get the district made whole on the claim. And then again, from our standpoint, it's just monitoring progress with Engel Martin and facilitating closure of the claim so that we can all move on with our life from this Hurricane Harvey claim. I mean, not Hurricane, I'm sorry. Are there any specific questions that I can answer for the board in regards to the Hurricane Hannah report?
No.
We've got it all here.
Okay. Again, if there's any questions that come up later, feel free to reach out to Ms. Cruz's team and be happy to step in and help answer those questions if something comes up at a later point.
I just want to take a quick moment to thank Mr. Rivera, Mr. Joel Garcia, Mr. Castañeda, and Mr. Carlos Lerma, because they assisted us with all the walkthroughs and getting the pictures. So it was a team effort. So, and Ms. Garcia, of course, helping us, Ms. Ruiz, and superintendent. Yes, good.
One more point I did want to make, and I don't know the specific buildings, but I believe in that PBK presentation earlier, there was some discussion on the roof at the maintenance offices. I did see in this report, there is some insurance dollars, I believe, that's associated with that damage on that roof as well, that they can be used for those repairs, but just wanted to point that out real quick.
Madam President, may we move to the next item?
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Thank you all. Good evening.
thank you.
Discussion, item A, extend depository contract between Mission CISD and BBVA Bank for the fiscal year 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. Administration is bringing this item for the board's consideration. We did receive notice from TEA that we are allowed to extend the district's depository contract once again. This extension will be the third extension allowed under the current contract. The district has had a longstanding working relationship with BBVA Bank. They have been very responsive to the needs of the district, and the bank has also assisted us to expand our credit card purchasing program, as well as growing the merchant services where the district accepts credit card as a method of payment from parents or other individuals from the community. In discussion with BBVA Bank officials, the bank and MCISD administration agreed to extend the current depository contract for an additional 2-year term starting July 1st, 2021. This will serve as the third extension as allowed under the Texas Education Code. Extended contract commencement shall be for the period of July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2023. Administration is will be bringing forward a recommendation next week for the approval to extend depository contract between Mission CISD and BBVA Bank for the fiscal years 2021 and 2022-23. This evening, Ms. Gina Lovato, the district's deposit services relationship manager, has been joining us at the beginning of the meeting in case you may have any questions for her.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer.
Done such a good job there. We're going to keep you for 2 more years.
Well, thank you. We'd be very pleased to continue our depository relationship with the school district.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gina. You're welcome to disconnect. And Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Melissa Leal as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item B, extend district's legal services contract. The district desires to protect its funds from laws which are necessary and burdensome claims, and wishes to provide itself with the best possible system of employee relations and student affairs. To protect the MCISD's legal interest by having a counsel a retainer, and wants to provide its board administrators and staff with current and timely advice on personal, student, and employee matters and upon school law in general, and the firm is willing to perform such services. Eichelbaum, Wardell, Hansen, Powell, and Munoz, PC, has served as Mission CISD legal counsel since 1998. The firm's current annual retainer is $220,752.48, and this is paid in 12 monthly installments of $18,396.04. The agreement covers up to 1,200 hours of service rendered by the firm from July 1st to June 30th. The district's current contract expires on June 30th, 2021. Administration will be bringing this agenda item next week for the approval to extend the district's legal services contract for a 5-year term, and this is funded out of general fund.
Excuse me, you said a 5-year term?
Yes, ma'am.
Why a 5-year term?
Usually that's what we do on some of the agreements we bring forward. For example, like the audit services, we started an unofficial terms with some of the agreements or contracts that we initiate in our office. But it's not set in stone. This is just a recommendation. It was discussed among administration. Sorry, there's a mosquito here for a couple of hours. And so we can, if you feel that it's excessive, we can revisit the term.
Right, I think the last time we went out, it was maybe 2 years ago, it was for a 2-year.
Yes, that is correct.
Extension.
Yes, ma'am.
I would think that 5 years is it's too much.
Okay.
And also, so we wouldn't be going out for bids for this. We're just.
No, they are
recommending that.
Yeah, we're recommending this. They are considered professional services. as defined by the Texas Government Code. And I have included, according to Chapter 2254 of the Texas Government Code, all professional services selections are made on the basis of demonstrated competence.
Now, in this case, I didn't know about the 5-year request. What I do know is that we are in the middle of this situation with the Tom Lennon Stadium.
And many
So-
other things.
Yeah, and other things. So right now, this legal counsel is the one that has the history and the knowledge base to be able to protect the best interest of the district. So that is the reason why, and I remembered that it was a 2-year. I did remember that. So that's why I didn't ask to put, the years as the item above, because I wanted to bring it to the board and also talk about the fact that right now, we're at a situation where we do need history. And however, that is the reason why the extension and not necessarily going out for requests for qualifications.
He's been with us since 1998, and who else knows more or has more history than
My
Mission?
worry is the stadium right now. That's my worry.
I don't have a problem with that. It was a question.
Uh-huh.
I just wanted to know if we ever would be willing to open it up to another firm. I mean, I'm not saying right now because
Definitely. Oh, definitely.
But, we
we
need to consider.
We can,
I also agree that 5 years might be too long.
Yes.
Maybe a 3-year contract. I mean, the man has been good to us.
I heard that we did 2 years last time. I think
Yes.
that'd be fair.
I think we discussed that in executive.
yes, and I think we can do that next week.
That can be discussed in executive session.
Executive session next week.
Yes, and
Down
that
on
is the reason why the title just says extend district's legal counsel services contract. And last year it was discussed in executive session.
Yes,
I'll make a note.
okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C, statement of impact from Horizon Montessori Public Schools. We did receive a statement of impact from Horizon Montessori where they're intending to increase their enrollment by 80 students at 4 different campuses located in McAllen, Harlingen, Westlaco, and Pearland, and this is in the grades 9 through 12. Administration does recommend that we respond to the statement and that the proposed change for the open enrollment charter is expected to impact the school district to a significant degree. Next item D, interlocal agreement with Houston ISD as Medicaid billing agent. Administration is bringing forward this item, we'll be bringing this item for your consideration next week for approval. The district does have an interlocal with Houston ISD to serve as the Medicaid billing for the district in the SHARS program, which is with the Texas Department of Health and Human Services. And services that are Medicaid eligible are provided to our special ed students. The district is eligible for certain reimbursement. Houston ISD comes into the process billing. And we are recommending that that the board actually approves the interlocal agreement with Houston ISD as the Medicaid billing agent for the district. They do charge 4% of the billing, and that amount is estimated to be approximately $50,000.
Romanda, I've got a question.
Yes.
Not knowing too much about the medical thing. Why is it that we are going out so far out like Houston ISD?
That's a 3-year term. That would be a 3-year term, and that was included in their agreement.
Okay.
But what are they doing for the district? I mean,
They bill.
you said this billing for what?
For services, we have, there's a program called in the state, and a lot of districts participate in that program, is the school health and related services. And we do have some staff that has to go through training, and one time the state surveys district personnel on what services they're providing to special ed students, such as personal assistance, physical therapy. There's a list of eligible services that can be billed.
Okay.
So,
I just didn't know for.
Okay, it is a very meticulous process to do the medical billing, very meticulous. And so when I came to the district here, I saw that we had outsourced that. And I was so happy to hear that, because in my previous district, we had several people that had to do that. And just the slightest error, a lot of funding.
I've heard that.
So this is Medicaid billing, and we get a lot of reimbursement. How much do we get a year?
over $1 million.
See?
Okay.
And how much do we pay them?
It's about 50,000.
It's nothing.
And that's for the SHARS program. There's two reimbursements. There's reimbursements done throughout the year, and then there's a settle-out report that is done a year afterwards. And so for the annual cost report, the firm or Houston ISD actually doesn't charge the district that there's no cost with it, as opposed with other vendors. In the past, there would be a fee for the interim reimbursements throughout the year, and on top of that, a percentage from the annual cost report.
Okay.
So the district has been able to attain savings through utilizing Houston ISD.
Good, thank you.
And these people are experts.
Them having an employee in-house.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Expertise.
The expertise.
For that too.
Many
Definitely.
districts,
Okay.
Houston IC, matter of fact, they've been doing this for decades. They're actually, one of the first, go-to for this type of
They
service.
have it then.
I
Okay.
just didn't know, the reason I was asking, because I didn't know what type of services would be.
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes, sir. Item, what's it? Bids, proposals, and purchases of 50,000 and over. Item A is the purchase of integrating brain development number 230-21-4. This item was discussed in the Transforming Teaching and Learning. Administration will be bringing forward a recommendation for the purchase of the early childhood program. And the recommended vendor would be Kids US Fueling Brains for an estimated cost of $910,600, and the funding source would be state and federal funding. Item 2, purchase of electronic translators, number 241-21-8. The solicitation is still open, so administration will be bringing a recommendation next week. Item 3, purchase of bilingual ESL program evaluations, number 241-21-9. That solicitation is also open at this time, and administration will be bringing a recommendation next week. Item number 4 is the purchase of bilingual ESL classroom supplies. Our department, our purchasing department did receive a request from the bilingual department where they will be making purchases of classroom supplies for approximately 230 teachers. Once those requisitions get entered, in the aggregate, they will be exceeding the 50,000 threshold, and in compliance with board policy of any purchases of 50,000 that require board approval must be approved by the board. Administration is bringing this item so that we can secure approval from the board. We will be utilizing awarded vendors already. So we do anticipate that the purchase will be over 50,000, thus requiring board approval. Item
5.
Item 5, purchase of bilingual ESL library books. The libraries are being expanded, and they will be adding some approximately over 10,000 books. And with that purchase, this purchase will also be coming from the bilingual department. We do anticipate that it will be, I'm sorry, I just need to find my signature. Okay, here. We do anticipate that the purchase would, the estimated cost on 10,248 books is estimated at 252,000. We will be using our awarded vendors. This will be funded by the state. Item 6, it's a duplicate of item 1, so we got our titles mixed up, so there's no need to discuss that one. Item 7 is the purchase of advanced advanced placement exams. This item, once again, was mentioned by, was covered by Dr. Roberts. Administration will be bringing forward a recommendation to award the purchase of advanced placement exams from College Board. The estimated cost is $63,000, and this is being funded of state funding using the College Career Military Readiness Foundation allotment and other state funding for college, for this type of exams specifically. And it is this item, this purchase is considered a sole source. Item number 8 is the purchase of exterior doors hardware. Administration is pulling that item from the agenda as we are not ready to make a recommendation at this time. Item number 9 is the purchase of desktop computers. Last year, the district started replacing some of the computers that were already obsolete and pose a threat to the network because they were no longer getting updates and what have you. And so through Ms. Jessica's funding, she was able to purchase about 1,000 desktop computers. And so now this is another, we're bringing this agenda item for your consideration to replace the next round of computers that need to be removed from our network. We do anticipate that the expenditure would be about $750,000, and this will be funded with state compensatory funds. Administration did identify 730 replacements at all campuses. And so this would ensure that we have equipment ready for when we receive our students back in the fall semester. At this time, I would like to ask your permission, Madam Superintendent, to add an agenda item under bids. It would be item 10, iPad purchase. This item is also coming from the bilingual department. Bilingual department has identified a need to purchase 630 iPads to be placed in classrooms. We are currently working on getting quotes. We do anticipate that the cost of this purchase would be about $250,000. We would be in compliance as the pricing information is being obtained from purchasing co-ops. Okay, item number 3, donations. For the period reported, we received $21,981.86 in non-cash donations. The largest donation is $20,468.76, and this is from Mylan BioRich Pharma LLC, and it was a donation of 46 EpiPen injector units. Item number 4 is the supplemental budget amendment for the month of April 2021. This is, administration is bringing forward a recommendation for your approval next week for a supplemental budget amendment where we would be increasing the general fund expenditures by $852,794, and this is to support the Tom Landry renovations project. And then we also have, there will be, this item will be against fund balance, so we would have a reduction of fund balance by $852,000. We're also amending the debt service budget by increasing expenditures by $350,000, and this is just to align the budget with the refunding that we had back in December. Item number 5, informational items. Item A, 2021-2022 budget update workshop. I did hand out or passed out a handout when we, yes, ma'am. I'll take a couple of minutes just to go over that. There's been a lot of developments lately with regards to budget. The first, I guess page 2 or page 1, the one that has enrollment and average daily attendance, that's just an item that we presented last time, and it just gives you what the district had projected on 88 and what we had projected on the snapshot enrollment. And I've been mentioning to you for a couple of months already that the state was going to provide a whole harness for the spring semester. That whole harness finally came up. However, there are strings attached. It was not going to be an easy whole harness like the one we experienced or the ones that were made available to districts in the fall semester. And so basically, the the districts have an option to either, we don't have an option to refuse the hold harmless at this point in time. The hold harmless helps districts with average daily attendance, but on funding formulas, which are very complex, we also account for full-time equivalents in the different programs such as special ed and CT, career and technical education. And those provide different funding mechanisms where it can increase the program's funding. And so with the whole harmless plan or guidance that is currently available from the state, if our average daily attendance is lower than what the state projected, they're gonna replace everything, average daily attendance and FTEs. In some cases, it is not beneficial to the district to take advantage of the whole harmless. Next slide talks on how the state is going to consider the whole harmless for the spring semester. And please note that this is a very complex concept. I'm sure that I can speak on behalf of the finance and based on discussions with other colleagues, it's a very complicated issue. And in talking to teams, administrators, it's the same thing. We thought that the state was going to make it easier on us, but that's not the case. So just to give you some statistics for the district's on-campus enrollment that was reported to TEA in October of 2020 was 3.71%. Or enrollment or on-campus attendance number was 553 students. And so in order to take advantage or to apply or to be eligible for the whole harmless in the spring semester, TEA is going to determine that based on the six weeks attendance, which has to be greater than or equal to 553 students or the 3.71% for the and we will get that whole harmless 4 and 6 week periods. Once again, it helps us with ADA counts, but it would hurt us on the full-time equivalents for the special program populations. Last Friday, Region 1 hosted a superintendent's meeting with Texas Education Agency Finance representatives and Mo Casey consultants. And they started hinting that TEA may consider the two average daily attendance and full-time equivalents separately, but there's no clear guidance at this point in time. That may help out the district, but we don't know to what extent and what other mechanisms they may include before we can take advantage of that funding mechanism that they may offer. Some of the assumptions that we're using for 2021 and 2022 budget is our average daily attendance will be based on 13,822. Our tax rate is budgeted at 1.16 for every $100 valuation. Property values historically have increased anywhere between 2 to 4%, and unfortunately, property values are not available yet. They're expected to be available later in April, and that would only be a certified estimate. The real official values will be released sometime after July. Some assumptions that we're taking on the employee benefits package, we have started to run some salary simulations or projections. We are working on a $2.9 million increase in salaries for all staff. We also have some of the fringes, employee fringes that are increasing as well. For example, we have TRS rates that effective September 1, 2021, some of the rates are increasing. The district contribution is going to increase from 7.7 to 8%. The public education employer is going from 1.6 to 1.7%. Unemployment compensation is also increasing. Last year, we did have our unemployment compensation contribution doubled because the cause was the record high unemployment rates throughout the nation. However, because we do participate with TASB for the unemployment rates, the district was protected whether or not, and yet our claims exceeded our contribution, which was about $78,000. Workers' compensation is also increasing to adequately fund the program. And we're also considering insurance, the health insurance contributions on the employer side. As we also, we're right below the benchmark, as Zach mentioned earlier in his presentation. So for the May meeting, we will be bringing more concrete information once we are able to account for those numbers into the projections. The next slide just gives you some of the rates made in the 2019 Texas legislature on increases on TRS to adequately fund the fund. On the unemployment compensation, pre-pandemic annual contribution was 79,000. I don't ever recall that amount to exceed the $80,000 in the last 12, 13 years. And last year, because of the pandemic, our contribution did increase to 152,000.
Wow, double the.
One thing I do want to bring out to your attention is there's a legislative update. There's a House Bill 3445. And this bill was heard yesterday in the House, and then it was going to be heard again today. I don't know the information that's been passed, but this bill requires an annual review of fund balances if there's excess revenue. Districts will be required to use excess revenue as follows: pay down debt, lower the district's maintenance and operations tax rate, use it for employee compensation, pay deferred maintenance. Excess funds is being defined as cash on hand or an obligation. The way the bill was written is that they were only gonna look at unassigned fund balance. And this morning, in speaking to one of our consultants, she was sharing with me that when it was being discussed yesterday, they would take into consideration also the committed. We do have some money set aside for committed for construction, which more than likely will be depleting pretty soon, but they're looking at everything. And so, if the district fails to comply with the bill, if it passes, of course, we would be prevented from having bond elections in the future or to issue new debt. And it would also give authority to the commissioner to reduce any money that the state would be entitled to. The next slides is information that I had shared with you where we are on fund balances, that we have a large fund balance, and that's a good reason. I mean, there's good rationale for that, right? And so, but now the way they're looking, the legislators are looking at it, may not be that great. We were urged to reach out to our representative just so that we can connect them to the consultant and explain how this will not be in the benefit of the school districts, just in general. Moving on with some of the federal monies, information we know right now is that there's 2 additional stimulus funding mechanisms at the federal level. We have the ESSER 2 funds and the American Rescue Plan. We've been hearing that the federal government doesn't want the state to supplant. And basically that's what they did with the first allotment of the $6,729,000 the district received, and the superintendent explained this a little earlier. The state gave us the federal funding, but they took state funding. So at the end of the day, the impact to the district was 0. We didn't get anything additional. The uses of the funds still remain unknown. TEA hasn't issued any guidance for the ESSER 2 funding, and if you can flip the page where it says federal stimulus funds, there's been 3 pots of funds that have become available. The first funding, ESSER 1, was made available March 20th, or was made available by that presidential administration. And we got the second round on December 2020, and that money still hasn't come in from the state. And the third pot of money was in March 2021, known as the American Rescue Plan. For the ESSER 2, TEA hasn't issued guidance, so the information we're getting is from U.S. Department of Education that our consultants have presented. And the use of those funds are to address the learning loss, air quality, and HVAC. Mr. Rivera alluded to that a little bit earlier. And so if we're able to do it through this federal funding, that would result in savings in general fund. On the ESER three, that's 12.22 billion, and at least 20% of the allocation to the district must be for services to address any learning losses. Any remaining amounts can be used on ESER one or ESER two uses. ESER one had a descriptive listing of allowable expenditures, and one of them was to continue to retain or employees. So we're gonna be keeping a close eye on once TEA releases some information. Based on the information shared by the consultant, some other states in the nation have already released those monies, and Texas is holding on to it. It looks like we may be getting some guidance from the agency. And that's all I have to present today. We will continue refining some of the numbers as more information, critical information that explain into the funding formulas, so that we can update accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Roman.
Yes, I was, I think there were some questions.
No, I'm sorry, saying thank you. Somebody had a question?
Okay, item B is the financial reports for the month of February for general fund. We did have 113,702,934 in revenues, and expenditures 89,907,944. This results of an excess of revenues over expenditures of 23,848,920. Debt service actual revenues were $8,518,409. And expenditures were $9,895,553. And the excess revenues, the deficiency in the deficiency of expenditures over revenues were $852,386. The next item is the self-funded health insurance fund. Our revenues for the month were $8,822,940, and our total expenses were $9,644,669. Our net position ending for this month was $135,161. Next item is the tax levy adjustments for the month of February 2021. The tax levy adjustments, corrections, rollbacks, homesteads, etc., resulted in a net decrease of $252,961.43. The collections for the month totaled $2,259,036.84. We pay a monthly fee of $6,271. I do want to bring to your attention that the collections year to date is 87.64%, compared to prior years at the same time of 87.19. So we are performing better on our collections at the same time when compared to prior year. Next item is the disbursements for the month of March. We had $15,211,770.14, and this resulted in accounts payable vendor checks, the use of the district's purchasing cards, other items that we transferred that we processed through the bank, such as automated clearinghouse transfers and wire transfers, and $7,103,310 in payable. Now I go over the agenda item, ma'am, for this, ma'am. Yes, okay.
On the discussion, may we move the depository contract to consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we will leave the legal services contract in discussion.
Yes.
Move item 3 to consent, the Horizon Montessori.
Yes.
Are we okay in moving the Medicaid billing agent to consent with Houston ISD?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, and then on the bids and proposals?
All fine too.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna put item 2 and 3 in discussion, since we don't have a recommendation yet, and the solicitation will close on the 12th.
Okay.
And then I will also, the iPad purchase, I will also put it in discussion. Okay.
You're going to remove 6 and 8?
You're gonna pull number 8?
Then go ahead and, yeah, that's it.
Yes, 8 is gonna be pulled, yes.
And 6. And number 6?
I'm gonna delete it, and then the other one would be the iPad purchase.
Okay.
That's all for finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
Oh,
Do I have a motion that we adjourn?
I so move.
It's 10:44.
Okay, I texted you.
Yes, tú eres el que.
Mira,
Vinieron.
Do this, too.
I did.
Hey, yes.
We are right.
Yo no me voy a quedar, yo me voy.